Hello, I'm just here to. Hello. Oh my gosh. Hello, I'm just here to watch a trash fire. Yeah, long time no see. There's gonna be a lot of trash fire tonight if you stick around, so just saying. I have a lot of trash fire prepared for everybody. Uh, hello, boy. Boy meets Mini. Hello, hello. It has been too long. I am busy working while listening in. Welcome, welcome. If any of you are feeling generous, feel free to support your favorite streamer. My journalisms. Have I mentioned that my article will be published soon? I think soon. It'll be published and it will be cool. I like the fact that it'll be published. Wait, what's wrong with... Yeah. I'll be here for a few hours. Sure, nice. Hold on, I have to move. Yes, I managed to move the... Alright. Wait, hold on, what's wrong with the Twitch? That is so weird. There you go. Oh yeah. We're gonna talk about... so weird. Oh my gosh. There you go. Mute. I'm having technical problems as always because, Alright. We're gonna start our serious politics stream by watching this 15 tactical strategy RPG that deserved a perfect 10 out of 10 must play, because you know what? There's no political streaming without a little bit of a relaxing start, if that makes sense. So let's go. Do you like tactical RPGs? Any of you are tactical RPG connoisseurs? Hold on, it's muted, of course. Technical issues.
Hello, grandpas and nerds around the world. Welcome to my battle camp, the perfect place for any strategy enthusiasts to search for validation in their hobbies.
Okay. XCOM did not deserve a solid 10 out of 10 just because of the whole RNG thing that was very much messed up, okay? Like, I like XCOM, but it has too many faults to just give it 10 out of 10. Tactical RPG is basically an RPG instead of just roaming the land, you play on a grid where your characters are placed and you move them around the grid and defeat enemies. I don't know how to describe it in any other way. That's basically a tactical RPG. Like, you play on a board type of thing. Yeah. Fire Emblem is an excellent game, by the way. I should start playing it on stream, beginning from the very first one.
To 15 strategy and
I should hand down a list of Fire Emblem games and start playing them chronologically. Yeah. The permadeath kind of makes it difficult. So I would be restarting the game 1 billion times because I never want anybody to die.
Tactical RPGs that
it's unforgivable to me to let anybody die with permadeath.
Hit all the right notes. No weak picks, no wasted turns. From brutal battlefield brawls to high-stakes fantasy showdowns, these games reward clever minds over fast clicks. I hope all of you
I think Triangle Strategy should make it on this list.
Make this video as a good reference on what games to buy right now, and if things are great, I'll continue this series in the future.
I've heard many criticism of Tactic Ogre Reborn actually, about how the balancing was changed, how certain skills were simplified, certain systems were... Ogre Battle, oh my god. I hope... Ogre Battle was before Tactic Ogre. I hope we can get somehow. Ogre Battle was re-released on the PlayStation 1. So if I want to play it, I might just need to emulate it. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just watch the video.
You ready? Let's go, Commander.
Okay, Final Fantasy Tactics does deserve a 10 out of 10, but it will be actually receiving a remaster. Well, hold on, let me go to the Steam store page and let me see the Final Fantasy Tactics page. Let me see when. It's gonna be expensive, of course. 30th of September. 30th of September. So I guess we'll be playing this version.
Tactics Ogre Reborn is a remastered turn-based tactical RPG, originally from 1995, revived via its 2010 PSP remake, and now polished for modern platforms.
It was first released on the Super Nintendo, I believe.
While the visual updates are modest, this classic still holds strong, offering deeply strategic combat and an engrossing story. You'll command units across grid-based battlefields, adjusting for terrain, weather, and randomized stat boosts, all while managing a large, diverse roster of classes. In this edition, the game provides a fully reorchestrated soundtrack, dual-language voiceovers, and the unique tarot system, letting you rewind time and explore branching storylines. Tactics Ogre Reborn is a true gem brought back from handheld obscurity, and it's finally playable on PC and consoles.
Yeah, but I've heard that it made a lot of really bad changes, so I don't know. Gameplay-wise, I've heard that whole job was removed from the game. That certain types of points, the certain types of resource management was removed from the game.
Wildermyth is a turn-based RPG that blends tactical combat with comic book-style storytelling.
I've never heard of this one.
Heroes grow through procedurally generated, yet deeply personal adventures.
Never heard of this game.
At glance, it looked like a quirky indie title, but a few hours in, it became one
I mean, technically speaking, Expedition 33 is an indie title, so I don't think we should be discounting indie titles. Indie titles are actually quite good if we are to learn anything from recent times. Sometimes even better than the so-called AAA titles.
of my favorite RPG experiences in years. You'll guide a band of customizable heroes across grid-based battles, choose narrative paths, and explore an overworld that evolves with your decisions. Its charm lies in dynamic storytelling, strategic yet accessible combat,
like Dungeons
and a
and Dragons.
striking storybook art style. Even with a few bugs, it's a deeply rewarding journey full of character, heart, and clever design.
I wonder how much
If you
it
love
is.
RPGs or just want something different, Wildermyth is worth every moment.
I wonder how much it costs. Looks pretty interesting. To be fair, the indie AAA distinction is sometimes useless. Yeah, true.
The March of the Black Queen is a real-time tactical RPG first released in 1990.
Oh, it's on PC? No way. Is it on Steam? Wait, hold on. No way. No way this game is on Steam. Ogre Battle? No, it's not. Maybe it's on Good Old Games?
3, blending strategy and RPG elements in ways that were ahead of its time. Even decades later, it still stands out. Despite outdated UI and long load times, it's a foundational title that helped inspire classics like Final Fantasy Tactics and Unicorn Overlord. You'll manage squads across a vast campaign, making key decisions and optimizing unit formations.
I've played this on the
upper hand.
PlayStation.
With multiple endings, a tarot-based alignment system, and deep strategic layers, the replay value is massive.
Yeah, I played
Its
this.
mix of real-time deployment and RPG depth was rare back then, and still feels unique even today.
It does feel unique.
For fans of retro tactics games, Ogre Battle remains a cult
It's one of
gem
those quirky games that you just have to try at least once, I think.
worth rediscovering.
And it has really nice sprite work, as you can see.
Symphony of War: The Nephilim Saga is a pixel art strategy
Never heard of
JRPG
this.
that reinvents the genre.
It
by
looks a
letting
bit like an RPG Maker game, to be honest, graphically, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But it does look a bit like a game that was made in RPG
you
Maker.
command entire customizable squads instead of just individual units. While the story might be cliche, the gameplay is anything but.
Could be good even if it's made in RPG Maker. Yeah.
Managing formations, resources, and class evolution across dozens of missions makes every choice feel impactful. Its squad-based system adds a refreshing twist compared to games like Fire Emblem, with battles blending
I wonder how much this one is.
battle mechanics and deep tactical layers. The art is charming, the combat satisfying, and the
The sprites do look kinda nice.
replayability is sky high thanks to rich customization and a solid progression system. For fans
The movement reminds me a little bit of Fire Emblem.
of tactical RPGs, this game is a sleeper hit that deserves far more attention.
I'm also watching this video to check what games we could be playing on stream.
목표로 이동하겠습니다.
Troubleshooter Abandoned Children
Korean game! Oh my god, a Korean game. I just heard Korean being spoken. Wow. Alright. Huh. Korean.
is a tactical RPG with deep turn-based combat and layered character development, set in a futuristic city where mercenaries keep order. It might not be well known, but this game is a hidden gem for fans of complex systems. Think of it as a blend between XCOM and anime-style storytelling, with over-the-top abilities and a cast of likable characters. Each mission feels like a puzzle with detailed environments, smart enemy AI, and dozens of status effects and synergy options to master. The sheer depth of progression, from skill trees to mastery setups, is addicting. It's built by a small Korean studio, yet rivals AAA tactical games in ambition.
See? I know. I can tell when I hear a language. Yeah? See? I never miss. I don't miss.
If you love strategy with heart and challenge, this game delivers.
목표 제거하였습니다.
Wasteland 3 is a story-rich turn-based tactical RPG set in a frozen post-apocalyptic Colorado. You command a squad of desert rangers trying to bring order to a chaotic world filled with cults, cannibals, and corrupted factions. What sets this game apart is its branching narrative and consequence-heavy decisions. Choices truly matter.
I never heard of it.
Shaping who lives, dies, or turns against you. Combat is tactical and flexible, letting you build unique squads with varied weapons, skills, and perks. The writing is sharp, darkly humorous, and often brutally honest. Every mission feels impactful, and the world reacts to your actions. If you enjoy deep RPGs with strong tactical layers and meaningful player choice, Wasteland 3 is absolutely worth diving into.
Absolutely. Oh wow. Potty mouth.
Fire Emblem Three Houses
there
is a tactical
we go.
RPG
This one I really want to play.
With character-driven storytelling. At the heart of the game is Garreg Mach Monastery, where you guide one of 3 student houses, each leading to distinct story arcs filled with tough decisions and emotional depth. Battles unfold on grid-based maps, offering creative freedom through battalions, class progression, and
I need a Switch though.
Outside skirmishes, you'll manage training, build relationships, and influence your students' paths.
They can date.
Choices carry real consequences, shaping the world and the fate of your allies. With
I
multiple
wanna play
storylines and
this.
dozens of hours of content, it offers incredible replay value. This is one of the most ambitious entries in the series, perfect for fans of thoughtful tactics and
I think it
narratives.
received a sequel. Did it? There's a Three Houses too.
Divinity Original Sin 2 is a richly layered turn-based RPG where freedom drives the experience. You command a party of up to 4, each with their own backstory,
Oh, okay.
exploring a reactive
I
world filled
love
with
the
mystery,
original Fallout.
danger, and moral dilemmas.
I should play this
From
as well.
solving
I do have
problems
it.
through persuasion or stealth to igniting the battlefield with devastating spell combos, the game constantly responds to how you play. You can talk to animals, betray allies, or turn enemies into allies.
So like in
Nothing is
Baldur's
locked
Gate
in.
3.
Character customization runs deep, and with drop-in co-op, it's just as fun with friends as it is solo. With branching paths, meaningful interactions, and smart combat, it's a modern RPG classic that rewards creativity at every turn.
Yeah. Thank you.
Scary.
Damn. I played this a bit with Corazon.
Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader drops you into the lawless edge of the Imperium.
Okay, I've
where you're
never
given the
heard of
authority
this
to
one.
Explore, negotiate, or destroy as you see fit. As a Rogue Trader, you command a powerful...
I actually don't count, I actually do not count Divinity Original Sin as a tactical RPG. I just think it's an RPG.
ship, a loyal...
I just think it's an RPG, to be honest. Because, I don't know, I just feel like it's more like a classical RPG than a tactical one. You know? Like, I mean, even the creators sort of kind of differentiate. Like, you have Fallout, but you also have Fallout Tactics. That's a separate title that is considered a tactical RPG, right? Fallout Tactics and Fallout sort of kind of play differently, right?
and dangerous crew, and a license to act outside the usual rules. The world is bleak, full of twisted cults, Xenos threats, and impossible choices that test your judgment. Combat isn't flashy, it's deliberate and brutal, where poor
It
positioning
does
or
look kind of
careless
cool. I've never heard of it before. Huh. See, we got some titles to hunt down. We got some cool titles. Wasn't Fallout Tactics made after the IP was sold? I'm pretty sure that Fallout Tactics was made by the same crew that made Fallout 1 and 2. Let's see. Because I think it uses the assets of Fallout Tactics Brotherhood of Steel. Yeah, I think it was still made by the Fallout Tactics Brotherhood of Steel, also known as Fallout Tactics, a post-nuclear tactic, is a turn-based real-time tactical role-playing game. Turn-based real-time tactical role-playing game. Oh. Unlike the previous two Fallout games, Fallout Tactics emphasizes tactical combat strategy over role-playing. Players have much more limited interactions with non-player characters, but they can still trade with them. Oh yeah, really? Damn. That's rough. That is rough. That is rough.
moves get people killed. Conversations can be just as risky, often forcing you to choose between ideology, loyalty, or survival. The game is heavy, slow-burning, and deeply faithful to the grim, layered tone of the war.
Fallout Tactics is just built differently, true. Just like Polish socialists. Pirate Software worked for them. No. Pirate Software worked for Blizzard for 7 years. There's a lady that can attest to that. There's a lady that can confirm. There's a very cool lore.
Warhammer universe.
Nothing I can't do.
True. There's nothing that I can't do.
向かおう
Unicorn Overlord is a tactical
Okay, this is a Japanese game.
fantasy RPG that blends large-scale battles with detailed unit management. You play as Alain, a prince on the run that's slowly
Because
building
we can hear Japanese.
an army to reclaim his kingdom. It's not turn-based in the usual sense.
Oh wow, it looks actually really nice. The sprite work looks pretty nice.
Combat plays out in real time, but with strategic pauses and layered planning. You organize squads, position them on the battlefield, and let the formation and class synergy do the heavy lifting.
My
Outside
goodness.
of combat, there's a full overworld to explore, villages to liberate, and allies to recruit, each with their own stories and traits. It feels like a classic tactical game with a modern coat of polish, perfect for fans of Ogre Battle, Fire Emblem, or old-school SRPGs.
This looks pretty cool. Looks nice.
XCOM 2 puts you in charge of a resistance movement after Earth has already fallen to alien rule. You're not leading an army, you're barely holding things together, striking from the shadows and hoping to survive long enough to turn the tide. The missions are
I take it that XCOM 1 did not end well for humanity.
tense and unforgiving, built around tight turn-based firefights, where positioning, timing, and sheer luck decide everything. Off the battlefield, you're managing a scavenged base, pushing research, building weapons, and making tough choices about where to act next. You're always behind, always under pressure, and that's exactly what makes it thrilling. XCOM 2 doesn't just challenge your tactics, it tests your resilience. Few strategy games hit this hard or leave behind stories you'll
Yeah, but if it's anything like XCOM 1, then it has a fatal flaw. You know how there is 90% chance of hitting? Apparently, the game calculates all of your percentages for hit, critical, etc. before the level even begins. So it's all already pre-calculated when you enter the battle. So basically, when you enter the battle, when you attack an enemy, the chance of hitting the enemy, etc., it's already predetermined because all of that has been already calculated before you even entered the level. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
actually want to tell. Battle Brothers drops you into a grim, low fantasy world where survival is everything. You run a mercenary company, hiring desperate men, managing contracts, and trying to keep everyone alive one more day. The combat is tactical and brutal. Turn-based fights where terrain, gear, and morale can shift everything.
Hey Lucy, and by the way, actually install Fallout 1 and it's amazing. The only thing I'm struggling with is to keep track of the quests. Yeah, Fallout 1 is a pretty cool game. We should play it on stream, I feel like. But I already decided no new games until we finish the ones that we're playing already, so...
Soldiers lose limbs, miss strikes, and die permanently,
Damn!
often leaving behind more debts than glory.
I
Outside of
hate permadeath in games.
combat, you're traveling across a living map, balancing food, pay, and reputation, while choosing which battles are worth the risk. There's no magic to save you here, just grit, steel, and good decisions.
Baldur's Gate 3 is not a tactical RPG. Baldur's Gate 3 is just an RPG. No one can try to gaslight me into thinking that Baldur's Gate 3 is a tactical RPG. It is tactical combat, kind of, I guess.
It's a harsh game, but that's the point. When your ragtag crew survives,
But I would say that the focus is not on the combat, it's on the role-playing.
it feels earned. When they don't, it stings.
Damn.
Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is the kind of game that defined a generation of strategy fans. A turn-based fantasy tactics game at heart, it blends exploration, town building,
I do like Heroes of Might and Magic.
and intense tactical battles in a way that still holds up decades later.
I guess,
You move heroes
yeah.
across a
I can accept that it qualifies as both. I will accept that.
sprawling map, gather resources, recruit mythical units, and siege enemy castles in tense turn-based combat. Each faction brings its own identity, strengths, and playstyle.
I think I even have this game.
Every run a different rhythm. Every map tells a story, and every decision on the world map has long-term weight. It's not just a classic, it's a game people still play, mod, and debate about today. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 didn't just get it right. It became the gold standard for what a fantasy strategy game could be.
Oh.
The War of the Lines is a definitive remake of Final Fantasy Tactics.
No, it's not a Also, it's not a remake. What the? What? It's not a remake. It was a remaster at best, and it had many flaws, like some animations of attacks slowing down. So that definitely not a definitive version. What a joke! What a thing to say.
The Lines is a definitive remake of Final Fantasy Tactics, bringing its rich tactical gameplay
So no.
and political drama to the PSP with major improvements. Set in the
Major improvements? No.
war-torn kingdom of Ivalice, the story follows Ramza and Delita
So
through a dark
Ivalice, not Ivalice.
tale of betrayal, class struggle, and shifting loyalties. This version features a sharp new translation, gorgeous cel-shaded cutscenes with voice acting,
Yeah, it's cute how they...
and 2 new job classes, Onion Knight and Dark Knight. The expanded multiplayer lets you battle or cooperate with friends to earn rare items. While it still suffers from occasional slowdowns and audio sync issues, War of the Lions remains one of the best strategy RPGs ever made. Smarter, deeper, and
Yeah,
more
Onion Knight. It's a classic Final Fantasy job.
engaging than ever.
If anything, the new Steam version will be probably better than this. That's a bit silly, isn't it? Yeah, that's the point.
Baldur's Gate 3 is the closest to
It's
single-player
like in one of the early Final Fantasy games, it's the thing that the characters start off as children. They start off as Onion Knights.
RPG has come to capturing the freedom and chaos of a real Dungeons & Dragons session. Built on 5th edition rules, it lets you improvise, push enemies off ledges, climb rooftops, or skip entire fights with clever tricks. The game rewards creativity, not just combat skills. Every class feels useful, even for exploration, and the turn-based system gives room to think, plan, or panic. The opening hours are packed with action, but it still leaves space for role-playing and quiet
I
choices.
should play this. I should
Whether you're
play
throwing
Baldur's
goblins
Gate
or
3.
charming devils, it constantly asks, what would you do?
It's one of those
And unlike
beautiful
most RPGs,
games
Baldur's Gate 3 usually lets you try it.
alongside Expedition 33. Although they play completely differently, but still I should play. Yeah. I'll be talking about the Alaska Summit. Just saw streamer's title, Doomed to Fail. I think it's doomed to fail as well, by the way. I agree. Couldn't agree more. Vibe-based tactical RPG. I do like vibes. Yeah. So there you go. They didn't exactly end the video in any way, but you know. $150. Wait, how much? I gotta click. Oh. Okay. I was like, wait, Did somebody donate $1,150? But no, I'm just blind. Oh boy, more VTuber drama. Wait, what VTuber drama? Hold on. What are you talking about? Oh. The end of and the beginning of the dumbest VTuber group yet. It's a Polish content creator. Look. Look. It's a Polish content creator. Polish content creator. How was I supposed to know? You were not. That's why I told you.
But she has to do her worship quietly because she lives with her parents. One of them already left the group, and one of them is a 34-year-old who spends a disproportionate amount of time.
Do these VTubers really call their group that embarrassing? I'm not sure. Maybe. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Very strange.
For someone that age, engaging in vitriol on Twitter, only to then turn.
This is my main competition when it comes to Polish political streaming, by the way. This person is my main competitor. If that makes sense. Except I'm also a trans content creator, Jewish, and this person is just Polish, but also a VTuber. Also, I used to VTube as well. But I think like my VTube avatar was cuter. Some people tell me to bring back my VTube avatar. Hold on, I have to check if I still have it. VTube Studio. Oh wait, do I still have it? Oh my gosh, let me check if I still have the VTube avatar. I'm gonna try to boot up the VTube Studio and see if I still have it. Oh my god, 10 RPGs that made PS1 super... I haven't heard of this one. Oh my god, I have to go back and play it. Valkyrie Profile, of course I know. Mutahar has been reported to the authorities? You mean the engineer? Asmongold cheers on T-App user leak. That has my cringe imposter. He's a bad nerf Indian and better. True. Let me see if there's anybody. Oh. Well, let's get to it then. Wait, what was I? God, I was doing something. I could have sworn that I was doing something. Oh yeah, I've been actually raided recently by Tipster. War with Mexico? There's an idea of doing war with Mexico? Tipster raided me on Twitch. Haven't noticed it. I haven't noticed it till after the stream. Asmongold was reacting to some insane shit that was sent to him and not playing games. Anger. True. Asmongold should just stay clear of political commentary, to be quite honest with you, but, you know, whatever. Let's watch some shit.
Yep, your shoe's still untied though. Yep, come here.
Hey, Chit.
Yeah,
Hey, who are you talking to?
that's Mackie. Yeah,
Your brother's here?
yeah. Pulled some strings and got him a job in IT.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice of you.
Yeah. But
Yeah. Yeah. I keep forgetting that he's still alive. Oh, wow. I mean, you could say that about Keffels. It's easy to forget that Keffel is still alive. Did you know that Riley Grace Rochong is back to streaming? I saw her stream today. People are complaining about Keffels. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's... People had so... I don't know. Let's not get into it. Oh, Keffels? Is Keffels back to streaming? Keffels sort of was back to streaming, but then finished being back to streaming again. I guess. Reverted. Keffels reverted to being back not to streaming.
Keep it under your hat, huh? Yeah, we don't want people to know we're related. Yeah, do we, Mac?
I don't know. You guys look pretty similar.
Yeah, except I'm young and hot. Mackie, this is Kyle and Sam. Kyle
Except I'm young and hot.
and Sam? Wow, creative parents. Were the names Bob and John taken? Mackie, be nice or you'll have to go back to work at Bath and Body Works. When's lunch? Do you guys want to go to KFC? I have a gift card because I choked there once. I was kind of thinking Subway.
Oh, bye, Mackie. Nice guy.
Yeah. He's a firecracker. But I think working here will help him mature. Yeah. Eat it!
Oh,
Bullseye.
oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is James Somerton? Who? I've never even heard of the person James Somerton. Never heard. It's like news to me. Asmongold clips. Video essays are most plagiarism. H. Bummer called him out. Oh, well, that's not good. Plagiarism is not good. If you want to watch good streamers, then Dylan Burns has returned from his break today. That's a pretty good streamer, if I say so myself. Doing the journalisms in Ukraine. We're gonna pull Dylan left. He's pretty left-wing, I think. I believe he's pretty left-wing. He didn't get roped into the whole Wix anti-socialism week nonsense. That, oh my god. Yeah, he is. Yeah. I would say that he is plenty left-wing. Yeah. I would say that he is pretty distinct from the rest of the political sphere, online political sphere. Positively distinct. But, you know, it's neither here nor there. In a more just world, Destiny and Vosh would not be the prominent content creators. Let me just put it like that. But whatever. We don't really live in a just world, so it is what it is, right? As they say. Hold on. What's the? Oh yeah, that's the. Yeah. Blue crabs. Dylan and Lucy should be the new face of the left. Well, before I become the face of anything, I have to graduate from being a micro content creator to a small content creator. Right now I'm micro because I'm between 8, 10-ish to 20 viewers average. And maybe when I grow to 50-ish, I will become a small content creator, which could be pretty cool. That could be a pretty cool development. Speak of the devil. Oh yeah, also seeing this reminds me that I'm still gathering money for that microphone. So if you want to go to my throne and throw in some dollars to allow me to have better audio quality when I'm in Ukraine, then you know. Oh, why it's so hard to stop playing Expedition 33. That is such a true video. Look.
You know how, like, when you guys finished the game, you just didn't want to stop playing? You're like, no, surely maybe there's a Picto under this rock or something. There's got to be something. I can't stop playing.
Yeah.
No, I don't want this game to ever end. Oh God. Yeah, I'm finally there too.
Yeah, you just start a new playthrough. That's what you do. Which is what I'm gonna do.
I'm upset. I don't want to close it. I don't want to close the game.
That's true.
Sandfall, can you just hurry up and make a new game, please? Just use AI. Just type in
No, don't use AI. Don't use AI.
E33 sequel into the AI game bot and make a new game. I don't want it to end. I got nothing without this game.
Damn.
Nothing. This game is my life. You know how, like...
Oh, damn. That was very strangely sad. But we are where we are. It is what it is. I'm slowly thinking of getting us to the topics of today. The political topics. Which one of the biggest topics is, of course, the Alaska summit. Oh God. Yeah, I'll be talking about that today. About the incoming fiasco. The fact that Trump has already said, even before the thing happened, he's already saying, maybe I'll walk away and say good luck. If things go badly, maybe I'll just walk away. That already tells me that this whole thing's gonna be a disaster. And of course, whatever. We'll get into it. There's a lot to get into there. And of course, Trump declaring martial law in DC. Trump's a loon. Trump's a lunatic. Oh yeah, and Azerbaijan is becoming an unexpected ally to Ukraine. What is that Matrix video? Cypher has always been right. Matrix explained. Galaxies are warning us. The universe is ending. The what? A response to Matt Walsh's Proof for Your Liberal Friends series. What the hell is this? And who is Jose?
Recently, I found a video that included, as part of its title, Proof for Your Liberal Friend, next to a popular right-wing.
Disney's woke agenda is worse than you think. Proof for Your Liberal Friend.
Talking point. I could see from the thumbnail that Matt Walsh was attached to this somehow, so I immediately imagined some poor person being shown this video by a friend of theirs and being completely caught off guard by whatever ridiculous arguments Matt Walsh was probably making on the inside. So I thought it would be good to have some kind of response to what seems to be a very obnoxious video to be sent. I made the mistake of thinking this was an original series, but it turns out it's actually a collection of older Matt Walsh videos that have been stitched together under a specific theme. Kind of like a greatest hits compilation of some of the worst takes.
Greatest hit. Also, Pete Hegseth finally proposed some progressive policy about voting. I just don't understand what head of the Pentagon had to do with how voting works. Well, you know, I have no clue either, but that is the Trump admin. That is the Trump administration. Hello, Greater Aid.
I've ever heard. With that in mind, I decided to watch them and put together some quick responses to a man who has the intelligence of a bowl of cat piss. In the video titled, "The South African White Genocide is Not Fake News," Matt...
Oh my god. The South African White Genocide, the whole thing that Trump... That was very, very awkward and bizarre when Trump met with South African president and told him, yeah, you're committing genocide. White genocide.
Matt Walsh offers very little in the way of facts, and instead provides a review of Donald Trump's press conference with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. It's not a very promising start for a video claiming to have proof of a genocide. When we finally get to the part of the video where a very promising view of Donald Trump's
I actually want to watch this on normal speed for a bit.
Of a bowl of cat piss. In the video titled, "The South African..."
Listen, don't discount Grok. Grok is legendary. Oh, I saw a little bit of a discussion with Grok. Grok is so cooked. There was a little bit of an event during which there was a controversial flag of UPA, Ukrainian, you know, the whole Bandera thing on a Warsaw concert. And Grok was asked, hey, where did this take place? This is not a photo from Warsaw. This is a photo from Kyiv. Okay, Grok. Next day, Grok, do you still say that this photo is from Kyiv, not Warsaw? Yeah, I remain that this is a photo from Kyiv and not Warsaw. What about this info that says that it's from Warsaw and not from Kyiv? Okay, you were right. It is from Warsaw. I was wrong. What? Yeah, that's how much you can rely on Grok, basically. And that is how reliable Grok is. For its, if you want to get any information out of it. Brilliant. Brilliant. Grok. The brilliant AI. To be fair, every LLM are unreliable at best and harmful at worst. Yeah.
White genocide is not...
And people depend on them too much.
Fake news. Matt Walsh offers very little in the way of facts, and instead provides a review of Donald Trump's press conference with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Ooh.
It's not a very promising start for a video claiming to have proof of a genocide. When we finally get to the part of the video where some kind of evidence shows up, it's the moment in the press conference where Donald Trump started playing audio from a minority political party, and then he highlights some comments from golfer Retief Goosen. It's all very underwhelming stuff.
This is one of the golfers that the president of South Africa brought to the Oval Office as part of the South Africa's, delegation, hoping he'd neutralize the supposedly fake narrative.
Matt Walsh is underwhelming. Wow. What a shock. I'm so shocked that Matt Walsh would be underwhelming. I never expected that to happen, but brilliant.
Quote about white genocide.
The golfers weren't there to testify about farm murders. They were there to appeal to Trump as a big fan of golf. In fact, Trump was the one who requested they be there.
Oh.
When I spoke to you, you said, yes, come along and bring Gary Player, bring any else, and Retief Goosen. I've brought the two of them.
Matt Walsh doesn't seem to understand why this press conference was happening. The president of South Africa was there to reset relations and trying to find investment into his country after the US pulled aid a few weeks prior.
Okay,
Close-mindedness, you have to learn. The video, Woke Teachers Affirm False Identities, doesn't have a lot to debunk because it's literally just a few random tweets from libs of TikTok.
Uh-huh.
For some context, he's reacting to a Facebook post in a private group for LGBT plus school professionals, and in that post, a person is describing how they feel more comfortable wearing gender non-conforming clothing at work. Although Matt Walsh helpfully shows us how ill-equipped he is to discuss anything related to gender.
Of course he is. There's been a couple of chatbot included psychosis where people fixate on their LLM and regard them as godlike or as a romantic partner. Yeah, that happened. Unfortunately, that has happened. People married ChatGPT. That unfortunately has transpired.
NB. The hell is NB? Non-binary, NB. And then he identifies himself as a demi-boy again. And if you're wondering what a demi-boy is, I had to Google that.
After having to look up both online, he's confident enough to say this.
Because that's total nonsense, okay? Absolute nonsense.
Uh-huh.
What it actually means for this creep is that he has a fetish for wearing women's underwear around kids, and this is the label that he puts on it to make it sound, like something we have to affirm and include and accept.
It's
What?
amazing how bad he is at understanding language. The phrase demi-boy means someone who doesn't identify fully within the masculine category of gender, but feels partially aligned with it. It's a term used to reflect someone's complex relationship with their gender. It doesn't mean nothing, like Walsh interprets it, but this is a technique he uses a lot.
Technique? He's just an idiot. I wouldn't call it a technique. Matt Walsh is such a creep and a prick. He's so obsessed with pronouns. I know. Trigger warning, Matt Walsh's content true.
It off as nonsense is to reveal how shallow a thinker he is on the subject. He can't even get to the more complicated question about how many non-binary people are wrestling with a language that has historically not made space for them, hence the
I mean, I don't think Matt Walsh has anything deep to say on any subject, period, but...
challenge of figuring out what an acceptable term is, and how it might be...
Why does his face look so melted? And his eyebrows look like they are drawn on.
applied. It's not surprising there are all these different terms popping up because this is something that previously was not widely discussed in society. The part where he has to look up agender is probably the most revealing thing, though.
What the hell is agender? Okay, now you gotta look that up.
Anyone who's ever heard the term apolitical or asexual should have been able to figure this one out on their own.
Well, Matt Walsh is not very smart, so... Trigger warning.
Is not a thoughtful man we're dealing with here.
No.
It's also possible that this was staged, and I'm often told that he's being ironic when he says something ridiculous. But if the joke is he's not smart enough to figure out what agender means, I think the only joke here is on himself. Here's another weird part of the video.
What percentage of
I mean, what is this joke supposed to be? That he's pretending to be an idiot? I'm just pretending to be stupid. Whoa, how funny.
parents would be excited about the idea
Matt Walsh is also obsessed with 16-year-old fertility.
of a male teacher in his panties who wears them because he says it makes him feel good, and sitting down and coming out to his students and having a sexual conversation. Like, what percentage, if we were to poll every single public school parent, what percentage would say, "Oh yeah, that's great"?
Turning these hypotheticals on their head really reveals how absurd they are. Do parents have the right to know what kind of underwear teachers are wearing? It's incredibly creepy and weird.
I know, it's bizarre.
This is something he thinks parents should know. This message was posted to a Facebook group for LGBT.
He asked Boy Meets Me to call in if he decided to. What would be discussed? South-Asian politics. I would actually be discussing how India has blown Trump off when it comes to buying oil. Yeah. India completely ignored Trump's warnings. on tariffs if they don't stop buying the oil.
LGBT plus school professionals to discuss things in private. This person isn't announcing to the school what sort of underwear they're wearing. And I don't think they expected a Twitter account to post it to their millions of followers. But now Matt Walsh is bringing it up as if it's something that the entire public, or at least all the parents who have kids in this school, need to weigh in on and be made aware of. And the part about coming
so
out
bizarre.
as non-binary has nothing to do with having a fetish and everything to do with being addressed by the right pronouns, whether
Yeah.
your students might call you sir or miss or something else entirely.
Yeah.
The other bits of evidence Walsh brings up in this video is a teacher who is happy that her kids are using pronouns properly, which Walsh twists into the kids being victimized or groomed into something. And the other two are teachers who think many of the kids they teach are LGBT+. How accurate that may be, we don't really know, and we know even less what kind of an impact these teachers have on them. But this is enough material for Walsh to go on a screed about the dangers of these teachers based on a 30-second clip. This is how he
Yeah, that's
proved
his job. That's how he gets his money, fear-mongering to his right-wing audience, of course.
his case. He finds these little anecdotes, invents elaborate stories around them, and he just asserts that there is some wider force at play here. Walsh imagines this
Yeah, that's the playbook of all the right wing, actually, doing this sort of reading from tea leaves, basically, and creating a whole conspiracy out of it. Also, Zan, forget about Matt Walsh, diaper baby. Oh gosh, please don't remind me of that. Please do not remind me of that.
danger-facing children.
So
but he
hello, Dr. Jones.
never actually showed us evidence of kids being harmed. He just assumes that if they meet an LGBT plus
Speaking of, Sweet Baby Gang was actually the diaper thing.
person, it will damage them. This moral panic has never been about
The
keeping kids
Sweet Baby Gang.
safe. It's about making LGBT
God.
plus people feel unsafe. In the video ADHD is overdiagnosed, I have to admit we get a few interesting points, such as when Walsh starts complaining about Big Pharma's marketing strategies.
In 2020, the year of the great pandemic, Pfizer spent $12 billion on marketing compared to just $9 billion on R&D. Companies like AbbVie and Johnson & Johnson
I was gonna say he was a crinkler, but nobody know about that.
and many other pharma companies posted similar numbers.
It's starting to sound like a thoughtful critique on how businesses use their vast financial resources to market their medications. The efficacy or even need of some of these drugs, I think, is perfectly fine to question. How common some conditions may be compared to how common people might think they are because of marketing is an interesting idea to explore. The problem is that Matt Walsh just doesn't have the knowledge, experience, or quite frankly, intelligence to handle this
Oh my
subject.
God.
He thinks conditions like ADHD are completely made up.
But this mother wants her 6-year-old to be less like a 6-year-old because it's very inconvenient to have
Didn't
a
he
6-year-old
say that
acting
he
like a
had
6-year-old in the home,
ADHD?
and that's why she
I'm pretty sure
desperately
that
needs the
Matt
drug,
Walsh
and by
said that
she,
he
I mean the
himself
mother, not
had
the child.
His
ADHD.
hypothesis basically boils down to parents too lazy to raise their children or those who want to give their children a competitive edge in school, and they are forcing these ADHD diagnoses and medications on them. Also, this is because there are too many distractions and female teachers.
You know, as women increasingly entered the workforce and replaced men in teaching jobs, we're not supposed to draw any conclusions about how the behavior of male
I'm pretty sure that teachers have been women for a long, long, long time.
children is now being addressed.
This proof video is accidentally pretty helpful. If you caught that random video of Matt Walsh complaining about pharmaceutical companies advertising aggressively, you might think he's a commentator with some interesting ideas. But when you see him in another video complain that female teachers don't know how to teach boys, and that's why everyone is getting diagnosed with ADHD, it
Oh my
becomes more
God.
obvious he's completely lost. And
Yeah.
of course, the data he uses to support his claim
And again, I'm pretty sure that he said that he had ADHD himself, and that he had troubles because of it in childhood or whatever.
is a correlation. And you can tell how insecure someone is about what they're about to say when they open their argument like this.
At the risk of angering
ADHD is a friend that we've made along the way, true.
all the people who will scream from the rooftops that correlation doesn't equal causation, like it's some
It
kind of
doesn't.
scriptural edict, Here's some data that's worth considering.
Calling it scripture sarcastically isn't the knockout blow he seems to think it is.
No, it's
and
not.
I guess we need a quick refresher on why correlation is not causation and why that is actually incredibly important. Causality is a major component of scientific inquiry.
It is very important. For example, my friend did a pretty interesting video on vaccination, and she had to very clearly explain that even if you get vaccinated and 5 seconds later you start feeling ill, getting some side effects, or start getting some symptoms, I shouldn't say side effects, it doesn't automatically follow that the vaccination caused it. It could be a pure coincidence. Just like if you get vaccinated and 5 seconds later you go out and you get run over by a car, it doesn't mean that you got run over by a car because you took the vaccination. It does not follow. The connection has to be established, actually.
How one variable influences another. It's the very basis for experimental design. Correlation isn't as powerful as causation because it can't account for one or more variable that may be the causal one.
Yeah.
There are countless goofy correlations one can point to that should demonstrate why causation is important to establish. And if you're just resting on a correlation, that's not very firm ground to be on.
No.
That doesn't mean it can't possibly be true. It just means a lot more work needs to be done to actually
to establish it, yeah.
Matt Walsh, instead of doing that work, can only whine about how people talk about this like it's scripture. It's basic science, and he doesn't seem to understand any kind of science. A look at the actual data of where these growing numbers of ADHD prescriptions are coming from also completely undermines the point he's trying to make here. Because it isn't young boys who are being prescribed ADHD medication more often, but rather adults, and women in particular. At least that's according to recent data from the CDC. In fact, looking at prescriptions for males 19 years and younger shows they actually went
Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Remember to invite all of your friends, family, and colleagues to this stream. All right, it's gonna be a doozy. And like the stream, press the like button. And as always, consider, supporting. I'll be right back. Hello. I liked it. What did you like? Sounds alienating. Oh, sorry to hear that. By the way, following the frustration that I've had with Wick's little anti-socialism week, I've started reading the book about the Polish socialist movement, the history book. And I have a few more. I don't want to start talking about it before I finish it. I've read about 40 pages out of 400, so I'm on my way. I can already say with confidence that at least in Poland, the socialist movement is nothing like it has been portrayed by Wick and company, counterpoints. And I'm planning to do some either organized segments on stream about the things that I've read, or maybe an pre-made essay of sorts that would require some intense editing work, but I think we'll get there. I think it's a doable effort. But let's just say that while Wick and counterpoints pushed heavily the idea that socialists want to infiltrate liberal spaces and destroy democracy, actually the Polish socialists were the champions of democracy and the democratic institutions. So we'll get there. We'll get there once I get deeper into the book, or finish it, preferably. Preferably, that is when it comes to the whole socialism topic, that's going to be the trajectory. Yeah. Interesting. And we're going to be covering some history while we're at it, since I am supposedly a history channel and I do need to produce some history content. And I also will be trying to finally release some full interviews from Ukraine. I've only released one short so far. I would say that it has done moderately well. I'm not sure if everybody here has seen it. The little short where the 16-year-old that I've interviewed talks about Trump and his attitude towards Ukraine. Very amped commentary, that short, considering the upcoming summit in Alaska. Yeah, it was the girl that said Trump is a clown. Yeah. Was a good short, thank you. The full interview is pretty good as well. I'm still preparing it. I would like to do some editing, add some historical context. It's good. It's good. It's good stuff. Hello, Fake Kyle Parker. I was just talking about doing some pre-recorded, edited content. So I'm glad you're here because you're going to be a part of it. I want to do some prepared essay-esque content about socialism, but I have to finish the book to do so. At least one book. I'm kind of getting there. 40 pages out of 400 pages, 1/10. That is something. Also, have you called your favorite streamer short? Have you went there and have you said you're short? Also, I would bring an egg. I haven't been asked, but I would bring an egg. You want to hear some very beautiful comments about Trump's Alaska? Yeah, I do. Lucy, you're short. I'm not short. I'm 185 centimeters, actually. I'm pretty tall. A single egg? Yeah. I'm feeling generous like this, yeah. Just one, yeah. Actually, when I went to the party, because I was invited to a party, to watch boxing in Ukraine. A nice little party. Everybody brought something. So I brought sweets. I brought snacks. I brought chips, some chocolate. I brought mini Mars bars. There's a little mini bars, and I think I also brought. What did I bring? They were all sweets, though. I think I also brought. No, I don't think I brought Coca-Cola. I don't think I have deviled eggs, no. Unless I've had it and I just don't know it under this name. So what was the beautiful commentary? It was the very beautiful commentary about Trump's Alaska. A single raw egg. Yeah. And then we put it in the pot. Right? A potluck. Right? I would bring an egg and we would throw it into the pot. All right. I guess we're moving on from what Matt Walsh for now. We're moving on from stealing someone's content. Fine by me. I'm not a super thief. I am a thief, but I'm not a super thief. You see, this is in Stardew Valley. What do you mean? Stardew Valley teaches you how to live life. What's wrong with Stardew Valley? Yeah, I bring one egg and I throw it in the pot. Yeah, like in Stardew Valley. Yeah, giant pot for the potluck, like in the summer festival in Stardew Valley. Yeah, so I bring one egg to throw in the pot. Like in Stardew Valley, yeah. Exactly. Let me watch. You watch my Bria.
Hello, beautiful community. As our
Trump is going to Russia or Alaska strongly. Yeah, I just okay. Before we watch this video, I wonder if he'll show. No, you won't show the context. Okay, we need context for this. Okay, and I happen to be prepared. Okay, this is the context. Trump thinks that Alaska is Russia. Okay, because on Friday, Trump is going to Alaska to talk to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine, and he's going to be talking about peace. Everybody says that it's going to be horrible for Ukraine, that it's going to be a waste of time. Everybody's saying, well, not everybody, but there are some prominent people that are saying that this is just going to be used by Russia as an opportunity to try to put a wedge between the US and Europe and Ukraine. Russia, according to many prominent political scholars of Russia, will use this opportunity to explain why actually the number one culprit for this war is Zelensky. Number two culprit is Europe, and actually Russia has no blame. Russia is just a victim in all this. Russia has been just deviously sucked into this war by number one Zelensky, and then by Europe, his unhinged backer. So we're in for an interesting treat. But Trump does not seem to understand who Alaska exactly belongs to. Just listen to this. Listen to this statement. So let me read the chat before I start the video. This is already going to be a nightmare to edit, so don't worry. I'm gonna timestamp it to the second after the stream, so don't worry, fake Alec Parker. I've got your back. We should continue playing Stardew. Lucy's giggling duck girl, and we love her for that. Maybe. I don't think so, but Trump gonna give Alaska back to them and call it a victory. True that. Trump should arrest Putin on behalf of the ICC. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's happening. We need very beautiful context. True. I don't think Trump has met with Putin yet. They're meeting on Friday. All right. That's sexual harassment, fake Alcohol Parker. You shouldn't do that. My goodness. Had ice cream for lunch. I love ice cream. All right, let's listen. I'm getting too distracted. I'm getting too distracted. I'm getting too distracted.
We're not going to have crime either. They made dozens of arrests, and that's what starts to happen. Again, cashless bail. Watch what we do with that. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was.
I'm going to Russia on Friday, you know. I'm going to Russia.
With graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way. Because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get mugged. Not going to happen. Keep coming, because by the time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly.
I was just going to point out that people have been saying that Biden has been suffering from some sort of mental decline, like dementia, Sleepy Joe, mixes up things so bad. Biden is so bad. What do you call this? What do you call it when Trump just basically says that Alaska is Russia? I'm going to meet Putin in Russia this week. What do you say to that? When he cannot tell which geographical areas belong to which country. The leader of the US has given up territory to Russia. Brilliant. Amazing. He doesn't just sound sick. He sounds demented when he says that Alaska is Russia. Okay, let's see. Now we know.
Hello, beautiful community.
Hello.
As our democracies decline, what happens isn't that competent democracies are going to be replaced by competent authoritarian systems.
No.
It's that very incompetent democracies are going to be replaced by much less competent authoritarianism. Now, we want to prevent that, but the trend is in that direction. So the trend is for all the other evils that are going to result from it toward more farce, more ludicrousness.
Also, democracy itself cannot be competent or incompetent. Okay? Yeah, I know I'm being very nitpicky. I know I'm being a very pedantic asshole right now, but a democracy cannot be competent or incompetent. Democracy just is. Democracy is just a system. People within democracies can be competent or incompetent. People that govern within democracies can be competent or incompetent. But democracies themselves cannot be. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I once told a Trumper that their icon wasn't that bright, and they said, "Nuh-uh, he's sharp as a whip." Yeah, sharp as a whip. When he calls Alaska Russia. What exactly beautification of DC Capitol has to do with going to Russia? Because he says that he is so embarrassed as a leader of the US that he has to talk about how disgusting the Capitol is when he is about to go and meet the prestigious leader of Russia. In Russia,
more absurdity. People in power who have no idea what they're doing, even out of power, let alone in power.
Embarrassing.
Eventually, in the 2030s, a time will come for a more serious global circuit of hard-nosed authoritarians who might be less buffoonish. But because in so many respects you can't run a country properly.
I mean, say what you want about Putin, he is not buffoonish. He's from the KGB. Like, that is his background. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to exert control. He knows how to play the game. He definitely knows how to play Trump. So I wouldn't say that Putin is a buffoonish dictator. I would not say that about Orban either. There's a reason why he was able to stay in power for as long as he did. Lukashenko, I'm on the fence because a lot of his legitimacy is from Putin. Basically, same as with Kadyrov. So it would be difficult to say how long they would stay in power if it wasn't for Putin. Like Lukashenko, for example. He might have, if it hadn't been for Russia's backing, Belarus could have very well been a democratic country in 2020 because of all the riots, all the protests, etc. If it weren't for Russia's backing back then, I believe there was a much bigger chance for Belarusian emancipation. I don't know. He's probably not gonna explain in the video what's happening with them.
Like that, there will be greater and greater room for farce the more our democracies decline and are partly replaced by authoritarianism. So Trump says that he's going to Russia to meet Vladimir Putin, when in fact he's going to Alaska. And it's just a slip, and we might say in a moment how that slip arises in Trump's mind. I don't think dementia is quite right. It's a bit lazy. But the trouble is that there is symbolism to this slip. Not as much symbolism as there is to the meeting. The meeting is very symbolic.
Yeah. And it's going to throw Ukraine under the bus again. It's going to be one more push by Putin and one more acceptance by Trump to throw Ukraine under the bus. Trump's going to be pushing harder and harder and harder for Ukraine to accept territorial concessions. And he already said now, as I've said before, he already stated that there's a possibility that he'll just walk away and say good luck to both parties.
And of course there is symbolism in Trump's yet again.
Yeah, it's another peace negotiation talk, yeah. They've stated that they would consider inviting Zelensky as well, but Putin has to agree to it. So there you have it. Putin has to agree to it.
And choosing to renew attacks on Zelensky, talking about how Zelensky didn't need any parliamentary constitutional approval to start killing people and start the war, but now he does if he needs a deal.
Yeah, that's another thing. Zelensky said that if there's going to be any territorial concession, swapping, or whatever else, he's going to need to have the parliamentary approval for this. And already Trump, who, as I've said just seconds ago, is going to pressure Ukraine more and more and more and more to give up territory, is saying, well, you didn't really need that approval to start the war. Because once again, Trump is very happy to sell the narrative that actually somehow it is Ukraine that is responsible for this war. It is Ukraine that has somehow triggered and started this war, and not the country that has invaded. That is the narrative that we're at. That is the story that Trump is trying to sell. Is trying to push. The story that is, by some incredible coincidence, with exact lockstep with the story that Russia is also trying to tell. Because as I said before, Russian pundits, political scientists, politicians themselves, they all, like a chorus, say that there are two main culprits behind the war. Number one is Zelensky, the warmonger, and number two is Europe, Zelensky's unhinged backer. So the fact that Trump is non-critically signing off on this narrative, that already makes me very, very nervous about any sort of peace negotiation, any sort of summit, anything really. I believe that Trump will just, for the sake of stopping the killing, stopping the war, building this legacy of being the peacemaker, he'll just throw Ukraine absolutely under the bus. He'll try to pressure and pressure and pressure. Already JD Vance has announced that that the United States are ending the I believe he called it the ending of funding of the Ukrainian war business, of the war racket. We're going to listen to the clip, so it's okay. I'm going to put the clip on right now because I have it somewhere around here, I think. Do I? God, I thought I had it. The JD Vance. Don't worry, I'll find it. It should be on YouTube. Not a difficult clip to find. JD Vance. US funding. Or is it? Done with funding Ukraine's US forest. There you go. That's it. I think this is the clip. Can it load? Can we?
I think the president, and I certainly think that.
There you go. Can we get it to a higher? Jesus Christ. Peace negotiations with Russia is such a dead end. Why is Trump even playing this peace game? Like, his supporters don't care about Ukraine. They think Ukraine has irrelevance because that was one of his promises. That was one of his promises, and he built one of his big slogans was no new wars, and I will end the war very quickly. So there you go. That's his whole shtick. No new wars under me, and I will end the wars. I'll be the peacemaker. I will be the deal maker. I will be the conflict solver guy.
I think the president and I certainly think that America, we're done with the funding of the Ukraine war business. We want to bring about a peaceful settlement to this thing. We want to stop the killing. But Americans, I think, are sick of continuing to send their money, their tax dollars to this particular conflict. But if
There you go. There you have it. That is it, basically. We're not funding, and of course, he continued to say that moving forward, Europe is going to be the primary funder of any military aid to Ukraine, and it's going to do so via purchasing of weapons from the United States.
Ritual, a sense of what questions should or shouldn't be raised, is really important in politics. That's why, even if you are sympathetic with the loss of trust of many American citizens who voted for Trump, you've got to feel kind of really allergic about something like January 6th, because it's a transgression that takes a chip out irreversibly, a sense that certain rituals and certain procedures can't be questioned. Don't underestimate how much the normalization of certain things via ritual, via expectations, via sense of what questions should or shouldn't be raised, how much that's part of keeping a democracy going. And so Trump's slip, the very fact of the meeting, his attack on Zelensky, are all a kind of commentary on the might is right imperial borderlessness that at the level of political ideology, Trump and Putin actually share.
I agree.
What's mine is mine until you come and get it from me. What's yours is yours until I come and get it from you. Now, Putin would add a very interesting rejoinder here that specifically captures what he's doing in Ukraine, and that's what's mine is mine only so long as I take what's yours as a preemptive way of stopping you from coming to take what's mine. As Greg Uden likes to say about Putin's borderlessness, if you're not expanding, you're being defeated. So, as funny as it might seem,
it's not funny.
It's genuinely harmful to
It's not funny.
U.S. democracy and the state of the West that the meeting is happening and that it is happening in Alaska.
Yeah.
And the reason
it is going to fail. It is absolutely going to fail. It's not going to be a win for Trump. It's not going to be a win for Ukraine. It's not going to be a win for anybody involved except maybe for Putin and Russia. That is my opinion on this summit.
Isn't just the decline of old age, it's the decline of old age in constellation with two things, with ADHD, which often gets worse in old age, actually. We could expect that.
I didn't know that Trump had ADHD, but I'm not super surprised. I will say that I'm not super shocked by the revelation that Trump has ADHD.
More through Trump's term and through his narcissism, because he's so keen that he's doing Russia. I'm doing Russia. I'm finally doing Russia. And so he got excited and he thought he was doing Russia in Russia because he's so excited about doing Russia. That was part of that slip too.
Jesus.
And it was part of the narcissistic narrative of his entire presentation, where he said, well, I don't want to be talking about domestic crime because it's so embarrassing because I'm meeting Putin.
Yeah.
Riddled with domestic crime, but not somehow on Trump's picture of him.
Yeah. Would Zelensky talk to Putin? He wanted to. He wants a direct confrontation with Putin. Of course he wants a direct confrontation with Putin. But that is not something that he wants. I think you will, yeah.
And so that psychology of transactional might is right exchange is, even as a dispositional attitude, really harmful. You know,
I'm very distraught that that is the position that the United States has adopted. Because, like it or not, Donald Trump represents the United States as the head of the country. Like, we just cannot walk away from that. That under Trump, the United States effectively became just another greedy empire. That's one that wants to grab as much as possible, that wants to make deals with other greedy empires. That is the extent of it. The only hope for Ukraine right now is if Europe manages to step up and do what it should, but I'm really scared about that. I'm not sure if it will. I'm actually not sure if Europe is willing to do what needs to be done. It postures a lot. There's a lot of posturing from Europe when it comes to warning the United States about land concessions. There's Trump will supposedly, well, not supposedly, he already, I think, announced that 2 days before meeting Putin, he will meet with European leaders and Zelensky, and they will discuss the thing. But my faith in Europe's ability to salvage the situation is unfortunately limited based on Europe's past actions. Unfortunately, I know that I should offer some hope, I should offer some positivity, but I'm a Polish person and Polish people are not well known for their super big optimism, for the cheery attitude. Unfortunate as it is, I have to stay close to my nature, quote unquote.
No. It's not that Trump is going to say Alaska is 99% American and 1% Russian. He's going to say it's 100% American if you ask him. But the way he speaks about matters like that is itself corrosive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, hypothetically, let's sort of blow this up a bit. You know, he might say, Mr. Trump, isn't it a bit dodgy to meet Putin in Alaska, given that Alaska used to be Russian? Doesn't it send the wrong message about, a kind of unhealthy apparent ease with which territories might be exchanged? Alaska is very much ours. It's perfectly beautifully ours. And we're too strong to lose pretty much anything, including Alaska, but pretty much anything. And we're not going to, Biden could avoid it, we're not going to lose. Biden could have lost it, we're not going to lose it. If we lost,
and yet Trump has been talking about how some territory swapping will have to happen and it will be good, but some of it will be bad. He will try to get some of the territory that's near the sea back to Ukraine, but unfortunately some of it Russia will keep. It's a very messy messaging. And I will say it right now. When it comes to this, I am very, very extreme. And by extreme, I mean, that's not an extreme position. Any land concession by Ukraine is a disaster. Any land concession by Ukraine is a disaster because it means that territorial integrity, it means that territorial integrity of countries mean nothing. As long as a bigger country, preferably a nuclear power, can invade a smaller neighbor that is not a nuclear power, they will get something. There's a promise to them that they will get something. No matter how the conflict ends, they will end up with gains. And that should not be a precedent to be encouraged. That invasion, illegal invasion, genocidal invasion will be rewarded with any type of territorial gains. That should not be a thing. That should be absolutely discouraged. Russia should be getting nothing out of this. But Trump doesn't care about world stability. Trump doesn't really care about nuclear deterrence. Trump doesn't care about countries not racing to get nuclear weapons, because that will be, of course, the result as well. That countries will very much rethink their attitude towards having nuclear weapons. Trump doesn't care about any of those things. He just cares about the killing stopping, quote unquote, even though he actually does not care about people dying at all in the slightest. He only cares about the war ending on paper. He just wants to get that peace. That's all that he cares about. He doesn't care what sort of peace it is, what the long-term consequences of that peace will be. He probably doesn't even care if it just buys Russia time to attack again. I believe that the United States, as part of negotiations, already sort of swung the carrot of lifting sanctions if it stops aggression, and Russia has already replied that it does not plan to stop any of its major offensives. That is a thing that happened. Russia is proposing not a full ceasefire but a partial ceasefire, which means that on certain parts of the front line it will just continue. So that is the reality of the situation. That is the reality of this summit that is about to transpire.
It would get it back almost instantly. 24, probably 24, maybe less, maybe 1 minute. We could get it back. If we lost it, we would get it back in a minute, but we're not going to lose it. It's pretty much been ours pretty much forever, for a very, very long time, and Russia, quite frankly, has nothing to do with it. But if we lost it, we would probably get it back under my leadership. We would get it back probably 30, probably 35 seconds. We would get it back. So it's that.
Crimea only would have considered peace talks if Putin returned all the children and gave up all their land. Yeah, to get the hell out of Ukraine, basically. But he cannot do that, by the way. He cannot do that. Putin cannot do that. Like, he's gone too far to just sheepishly retreat. He would have to be forced to do so. And for that, the United States would have to present a much stronger front against him. But it won't, because Trump likes Putin a lot more than he likes Zelensky. That is the gist of it. He likes dictators because he shares a lot of the worldview with them. He sees them as allies. Some of them he sees as friends. So no, the United States cannot be relied upon for that sort of pressure that would force Putin to get troops out of Ukraine as well as return the children. I don't think Trump has mentioned the children topic even once. I don't think that's even within his thought process when talking about the peace negotiations.
That incoherence, stimulated by narcissism, stimulated by neurodiversity, that nevertheless also contains the seed of nothing being rightfully somebody's, because you can't make a claim for something in terms of a right or in terms of a value. This is not mine because I'm strong enough to keep it, but this is mine because it's appropriate for it to be mine, right? There's a seed of an asphyxiation of all such discourse in the way Trump goes on, domestically and on the foreign stage. And that very perniciously reveals only one way among others in which Trump is an ideological ally of this global wash.
And yeah, he is an ideological ally to people like Putin, to people like Xi Jinping, to people like all the tin pot dictators, basically.
Might is right revolutionary monarchism, of which Putinism is perhaps a sort of radical and extreme self-immolating representation.
Yeah. And also, of course, let's not forget that combine it with the fact that I have no clue why Trump hypes up Russia so much, how he buys wholesale Russian propaganda, why his knowledge on the conflict, on the war is negative. He has negative knowledge on this conflict. He has proven that time and time again. Listen to him talk about the initial invasion when he was talking about how Kiev could have been taken in 4 hours, or at least reached in 4 hours. This is the level of wartime analysis that you can expect from Donald Trump.
War because the tanks got.
Why is this so quiet? What is...
War because the tanks got stuck in the mud. Some commander made a better. You know, they would have been in Kiev in 4 hours, going down the highway. But a Russian general made a brilliant decision to go through the farmland instead. War because the tanks got stuck.
Yeah, if only Russia would have... and yes, they did use the highway. If only Russia would have used the highway, they could have been in Kyiv in 4 hours. But they used the farmland. That is the level of expertise that we get from Donald Trump. We also have the statement where he attacks. Yes, I also have that link where Trump attacks Zelensky for having been the supposed instigator of the conflict. That he did not need the approval of the Rada for starting the war and killing everybody, because that is exactly what Zelensky said. He just started the war and decided to kill everybody. But he suddenly needs the approval for land concessions. Listen to this. Ridiculous. This is the guy that goes to Alaska on Friday, or to Russia, as he said, to negotiate peace. This is the guy that says that he will just end this war.
I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well. And, I have a great relationship, I think, with all of them. And I get along with Zelensky, but, I disagree with what he's done. Very, very severely disagree. This is a war that never happened. Wouldn't have happened.
What he's done.
But I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need. But I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap, because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody. To the good, for the good.
Who's the everybody? Who is the everybody that he has had those conversations with? Who is the everybody? I already know from Russia that there will be land swap. This is... It really is worth pointing out time and time again how disgusting it is that Trump blames Zelensky and Ukraine for being invaded. And how he now says Zelensky had the approval to go into war and kill everyone, but he suddenly needs it. He didn't need it to go into war and start killing everyone, but now he suddenly needs it for the land swap. Suddenly he needs it.
Good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. But it's very...
There's good and there's bad. Ukraine will have to just accept that we will throw it under the bus Ukraine will just have to accept ceding territory, possibly demilitarizing, who knows. Ukraine will have to accept that and this whole thing started because Witkov, the special envoy to Ukraine, has misunderstood what Putin told him, like an idiot, like an incompetent buffoon that he is. He misunderstood what Putin told him as willingness of Russian forces to withdraw from certain territories. But no, Russia has no such intention, and Witkov came back to the US, falsely reported on what Russia would be willing to agree to, and then looked like an incompetent buffoon that he is. And that basically was the prelude to this Alaska meeting. Yeah, that is basically it. And I know that Trump also will meet with European leaders and Zelensky 2 days prior, but I honestly don't have much faith that that will lead to any significant change in the direction of this conversation in Alaska itself. I do not have much hope for that. I think that he will talk with Zelensky and European Union leaders and vaguely inform them on what he is planning to do during the meeting, and then he'll just go to Alaska and throw Ukraine under the bus. That is my prediction. I cannot believe that you said that. Borscht sounds kind of gross. Borscht is great. Borscht is great. Poland has its own variation, which I went to a milk bar recently, and they served borscht, because in Polish you say borscht. In Ukrainian you say borscht, in Polish you say borscht. And I got a borscht, and it was surprisingly good. It was surprisingly not as empty as it usually is. Usually Polish borscht is very empty, but this one was surprisingly full of ingredients, and I liked it. Witkov understands Russian. I highly doubt that he understands the ironicism of KGB Russian. No, he does not. Witkov is a completely incompetent negotiator. He should have been fired from this position a long time ago. It's basically a security risk to his own country. What makes Polish borscht different? The base is different. The base on which the soup is made is a little bit different. The ingredients themselves also differ slightly. I personally, like the true Polish nationalist patriot that I am, I actually prefer the Ukrainian one. But I've warmed up to the Polish one a little bit. After recently when I went to the milk bar. No, the broth is different. The broth is different. The broth is the base of the broth is different in both versions, in both variations. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with fake Alec Kyle Parker. I agree with fake Alec Kyle Parker's assessment. Yeah. Borscht is good. Borscht is a good dish. Alright, let's continue. This little tangent is going to have to make it out of the Alaska summit segment. I'm gonna have to somehow listen. If you want coherent, well put, elaborate and eloquent talk about the Alaska Summit, you can always go to that other streamer that fake Kyle Parker always calls short. He'll give you a coherent, without distractions, overview of the situation. Okay, I'm gonna give you unacceptable review of the situation, riddled with distraction, anecdotes, small talk, outright nonsense. That is why you come to this stream, to get that. I'm giving you what you want, okay? I'm giving you the content that you crave. You don't want a well-organized, well-prepared, well-spoken streamer. You want me, all right? That is what you want. That is exactly what you wish. Otherwise, you would not be here. Case in point. Isn't that right? This is me exercising self-confidence. This is me exercising me being confident in myself and in what I do. For once in my life. Right. Let's read this article. We have to get back on track at some point. Lucy, ever saw that post I put up about Russia auctioning off Ukrainian children? Yes, I have. And it's very well that you reminded me of it, because I actually want to talk about it. But that's going to be a later topic. That is going to be a later topic. Ukrainian children they're selling kids. They are basically putting up a catalog for people to pick up Ukrainian children and adopt them, which is basically selling them online. Yes, it is basically for all intents and purposes, Ukrainian kidnapped children are being auctioned online. Yeah, that is what is happening. Yeah. Yes, and that is a topic that I definitely want to cover, since children are my main topic of work in Ukraine, as you know. I'm gonna buy that magazine that's going to print out the article, by the way. Just so you know, I'm going to definitely get a copy of the magazine that's going to print out the article. It's been confirmed that it's already on its way to be published, which is very, very nice. Oh, and I have already been... I guess I should share this good news with you while I can. While I'm on the subject. The publisher that accepted my article told me that they would help me with my accreditation. So there's a high chance that next time I'm going to go to Ukraine, I'm not gonna go there as a random nobody anymore. I'm actually going to go there as an accredited journalist, which is pretty cool. Because they've already told me that they will definitely want to support me in that. So I guess Lucy Haza will be going there as a journalist. So I can add that to my description. Yes, thank you very much. That is pretty good news. I am pretty happy about this development. It's gonna open some doors. It's gonna allow me to do a lot more interesting work. It's gonna allow me to go to places to which I have no access right now, And it's also going to allow me to more confidently talk to the people that I want to interview. When they ask me, oh, what organization do you represent? I'll just be able to point and say, I represent this publisher. This is my badge or whatever. There you go. Those are my credentials. President Sunday won't have to do a hit piece on me anymore. And with that said, please consider subscribing or donating, because I'm still gathering funds for the new microphone for when I'm going to go to Ukraine, and I'm still gathering the funds to actually be able to go there. So, I'm still gathering that war fund, so to speak, no pun intended. Yeah. That's a thing. Yeah, all good news all around. And now let's go. I told you the news. I did a little bit of e-bagging. Now we can return to this. Trump to hold talks with Zelensky. EU leaders 2 days before meeting with Putin. I have no clue what these meetings are, what these talks are supposed to lead to. I doubt it will lead to anything, but it will happen. US President Donald Trump will hold talks with European leaders and President Volodymyr Zelensky on August 13th. Right now it is 12. It's going to happen tomorrow. The talks will happen tomorrow. European Commission press office told Kyiv Independent. The meetings will take place 2 days before Trump's scheduled meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, which, by the way, the United States has said that it would consider inviting Zelensky to that meeting as well, but I'm pretty sure that will absolutely not happen. Marking it their first in-person meeting since Trump returned to office. The summit comes as Washington seeks to broker a potential resolution to the war in Ukraine, which would include a lot of land concession on Ukraine's part, which Zelensky, by the way, has already officially said that Ukraine will absolutely not agree to any land concessions. And I think that is the correct move for Ukraine to do. Ukraine should be very, very firm about not agreeing to any land concessions. The summit comes as Washington seeks to broker a potential blah, blah, blah. In a coordinated diplomatic effort ahead of the talks, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has organized an online meeting between Zelensky and key European leaders. The meeting is scheduled for 3 p.m. Kyiv time on August 13. So it'll happen on 2 p.m. my time, because Ukraine is 1 hour ahead of Polish time. As in forward, 1 hour forward. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen will take part in the calls with other EU leaders. President Zelensky and President Trump, Commission spokesperson Guillaume Messier confirmed to the Kyiv Independent. Leaders from Finland, France, the United Kingdom, Italy, and Poland are also expected to join, along with a representative from NATO, Sopelne reported. Moscow has consistently rejected a US proposal for an unconditional ceasefire backed by Kyiv and European countries, intensifying drone and missile attacks against Ukraine throughout the summer. Yeah, and some key cities have apparently fallen, like Chasiv Yar. We'll have to confirm. On August 8th, Trump, the situation on the front line has been deteriorating. That is a thing that I can tell you with 100% confidence. On August 8th, Trump announced a summit with Putin and reportedly told Ukraine and European leaders that the Kremlin is open to negotiations if land swaps are part of the deal. So basically what Russia is saying, we want our maximalist demands to be met. Because this is not about Ukraine's sovereignty and integrity. This is basically about meeting Russia's demands. Because as we all know, in an aggressive country invading its smaller neighbor should be rewarded for doing so in territorial gain. Though it remains unclear what such a deal would entail, a source in Ukraine's presidential office told the Kyiv Independent that Moscow seeks Kyiv's full withdrawal from partially occupied Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts in the east, while offering to withdraw its forces from the limited areas it holds in the northeastern Sumy and Kharkiv oblasts. That's not a land swap. That is not a land swap at all, actually. Russia saying, if you give up part of your territory, then we will stop occupying different parts of your territory. That's not a land swap. Do you know what would be a land swap? A land swap would be Russia saying, okay, we will take this bit of Ukrainian territory, but in exchange, Ukraine will get this piece of Russian territory. That would be an actual land swap. Well, this is just nonsense. To call it a land swap is an insult, actually. Yeah, we'll withdraw forces from part of the territory that we're occupying right now. Yeah, if you give us some other territory, if you just will allow us to permanently, occupy other parts of your territory. Thank you, Dr. Jones. Ridiculous. Zelensky's participation in the upcoming summit also remains uncertain. I'm very confident that Zelensky will not be invited, because that would throw a wrench in Trump's plan to quietly throw Ukraine under the bus. Zelensky would just push back on the spot. And that is an inconvenience to the peace talks. That is why Trump has intensified his attacks on him, because he is an inconvenience in all of this. Publicly, Putin has demanded a ban on Ukraine's NATO membership and a full Ukrainian withdrawal from partially occupied Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia oblasts as precondition for peace talk. Precondition. So there would be more conditions during peace talks, mind you. This is just a precondition to sit at the negotiating table. A non-starter demand to give up all this. This is a non-starter. In turn, Zelensky has rejected ceding territory to Russia and urged a ceasefire at the first step toward peace talks, a position backed by Kyiv's European partners. Well, how much that backing actually is worth remains to be seen. Because so far, Europe has not given us much hope. Not much hope. So that is Trump's meeting 2 days before. That is this. I think I've several times have indicated that I have no big hopes for this meeting. There will be some changes in land. Let us watch this as well. Because all of that, like, I think those statements that they speak for themselves. I think those statements just speak for themselves.
Bad. But it's very complex because you have lines that are very uneven, and there'll be some swapping, there'll be some changes in...
Again, calling it a swap is very dishonest because it all happens on Ukrainian territory. There's no swapping involved.
Land.
If you give us territory, we will not take even more territory. That is the swap.
The word that they will use is, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied.
Yeah, sovereignty and integrity of nation states, of countries mean nothing now. The integrity of borders of countries mean nothing now. If this is pushed through and Ukraine has to cede territory, then that basically tells all the tin pot dictators that land is for grabs. If you invade, even if you fail, you will have gained something. You will have gained some territory, even if you fail, which will make it worth it. Which will just make it worth it. It will encourage further conflict. Already there's word of Russia preparing for the Baltics, by the way. Lithuania. Already there's murmurs and whispers of Russia preparing for further conquest.
A big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine.
Some. We're going to try to get some of that territory back for Ukraine.
But they've taken some very prime territory. They've taken largely ocean, in real estate we call it oceanfront property. That's always the most valuable property. If you're in a lake, a river, or an ocean, it's always the best property. Well, Ukraine, a lot of people don't know that Ukraine was largely 1,000 miles of ocean. That's gone.
Yeah, it's gone because the West has dropped the ball. And now the United States is just interested in throwing Ukraine under the bus to commence business as usual.
Other than one small area, Odessa, it's a small area. There's just a little bit of water left. So I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled.
Yeah. Already he says that he might just abandon the whole thing. I've said it before, and I think it's worth reminding you once again that before the negotiation even commenced, Trump is already considering just abandoning the whole thing. Just drop it. Just get out of this. Just abandon the whole thing. As a cherry on top, we're gonna talk about Trump's biggest cheerleader. Ruth doesn't think Putin will ultimately get rewarded for invading Ukraine. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has rejected the idea that a future US-mediated agreement could ultimately reward Russian leader Vladimir Putin for his invasion of Ukraine. That is a blatant lie. This guy is Trump's biggest cheerleader. Any concession on territory by Ukraine is, by definition, rewarding Russia's invasion. Any territory that Russia gains is a Russian victory. Because it just means that the invasion was not for nothing. I think Trump has made some mistakes already. Number one, in holding this meeting on American soil, legitimizing a pariah leader of the rogue state. Second, he's allowed Putin to get first mover advantage. by putting his peace plan on the table first. Quote from Bolton. Crow from Rutte. No, I don't think the risk of rewarding Russia for the invasion is there. And all my respect for John. And please send him my best regards, but I would not agree on this point with him. I would agree. I would actually agree. And saying that there's no risk of that is just, again, bootlicking for Trump. That is what it is. Ruth said Trump is putting incredible pressure on Russia. That is bullshit. That is straight up bullshit. Trump has been putting zero pressure on Russia. That is ridiculous. What happened last week, the extra 25% tariffs on India, because we know that India is one of the biggest buyers of oil and other materials from Russia. India has just straight up ignored this, by the way. And this has had a huge impact potentially on the Indian economy. And this is forcing them to be much more clear with Moscow on what they expect Putin to do when it comes to this war in Ukraine. No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because on the India side, the government is pushing Modi to be much, much more firm with the United States and not to give in. So this has not worked at all. And this has definitely not put any pressure on Russia. But also the fact that he opened the floodgates again when it comes to lethal weapons being delivered into Ukraine, paid by the Europeans but delivered by the Americans. So this is all clear evidence that President Putin is absolutely adamant to bring this war to an end, but also keep maximum pressure on Putin. Bullshit. Bullshit. Already, J.D. Vance has announced that the United States will stop all military support for Ukraine. And that now Europe will have to do all the support via buying the weapons. So if this is how maximum pressure on Russia looks like, then I don't want to see how minimum pressure looks like in this person's mind. This is complete nonsense. This is cope. This is delusional. I know that this guy is a Donald Trump fangirl, so to speak. I really just would kiss the foot marks on the floor and behind him, but this is getting ridiculous. This is just outside reality. This is just complete delusion. I don't have much hope for this meeting. I hope it will be a failure. I think it's doomed to fail from the start. That is my opinion on it. And all it does is set a bad precedent. All right, we've done it. How long has this segment been? How long have we invested into the topic of a pretty healthy amount? Okay, we'll edit it into something good. Now let's see what Dr. John says. Was it good? Any good? Was I energetic enough? Did I put enough energy? Let's see. Let's listen to fake Alec Hal Parker's verdict. Keep in mind that I'm Polish when judging me and not American like your short streamer. Dr. Jones has put a video called Point of View Lucy when she gets to Ukraine. Paste it here. Oh gosh, oh no. Do I have to download the video? I think this is copyrighted. Oh my gosh, pressing. Okay. Fake Alec Kyle Parker is not giving us a review of the segment. I need opinion. I need opinion. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. I need it now. Done with funding Ukraine, yeah. That is our favorite. Yeah. Possible summit. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Oh my goodness. Not Kin is streaming? Also like the stream. There are 10 people watching, but 6 likes. That is not very nice. I don't know. I'd rather not risk it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm still waiting for Fake Alec Kyle Parker's review. I will. One moment. Be right back. Toilet time. Oh man. I don't know. I don't know if to trust what is and what isn't public domain anymore. All right. Now vote. Okay, write in the chat. Do we want a break and play a game? So, do we want me to jump into the next political segment, or do we want me to play some Signalis or Black Mesa? Those are your choices. Those are your only choices. Black Mesa or Signalis? Yeah, we want some Black Mesa? Okay, let's play some. Yeah, what is it, Greater Range? What? What happened? What happened? What happened? Are those the only options? Because you'd say kindergarten, and kindergarten requires too much brain power for this time of night. Kindergarten requires too much thinking. And my brain power is spent for now. I want to do a break. I want to have a break from thinking before I go into the next political segment. Also, I need to do a lot more reading. The state of the political commentary just left me so disillusioned. So sad, so depressed, actually, unironically, so depressed. Witnessing this whole WIC, anti-socialism week fiasco just made me so depressed about the state of the so-called political online sphere. There are just a few political commentaries that I see as different and outside of this whole nonsense, illiterate, complete bullshit. So you decided to do survival horror or an FPS with puzzle elements? Yes. Exactly. Exactly. That is what I decided. Yes. Wow. All right, let's just jump into it before I get angry. And I do get angry. But you're just expecting to hold your hand through both. I don't think I even have to answer that question. I think the answer is obvious to both of us. Yes, the answer is yes. I expect you to walk me through both. I didn't think you'd even need to ask. Don't give me that. Don't give me that facepalm emote. Don't give me that. Oh, also, I got the Call of Duty I got the Call of Duty bundle. So if we finish Black Mesa, maybe we'll just play Call of Duty. Or jump into, God, there's so many games. I got the Call of Duty 2003, Call of Duty United Offensive, and Call of Duty 2. So you got all the first Call of Duty games to play at some point once we finish. So yeah. Emily S is playing Black Desert Online. I'm just so shocked and appalled by the fact that YouTube has become so quiet. Unforgivable. That is so unforgivable. It is? Well, it is what it is. So-called console exclusive. In it. You mean YouTube chat? Yeah, I mean YouTube chat. I'm not even gonna talk about the Twitch chat. Total embarrassment. I'm just gonna pretend that I don't know that there's no viewers on Twitch and keep dual streaming. No, you should not. Unless it's on a separate tab. Okay? Unless you do it on a separate tab to inflate my numbers. In which case, I would also encourage you to go to Twitch. 3 tabs. Side page, Twitch, and YouTube. To inflate those numbers artificially. Thank you. To boost engagement. That is the way to go. That is the way if you want to lock in and ensure my success. That is the way. Wait, am I dead? I just loaded and I'm already... I'm already dead. Okay, this is... What the... Okay, this is not good. Do I... What the hell? Yeah, I am. I don't play this when you don't watch. What do you mean? What do you mean am I still in surface? Of course I'm still in surface tension. I don't play this game unless you watch. I need health. I need health. Do I get to get any health? How did I get into such low health situation? What a whiny voice. Well, now I've got 14 HP. That's not much better. Okay. I've got 9 HP. Oh. I see energy. Alright, that's better. Any health? Any health, please? I need health. bars. Huh. Huh. You know, I feel like I should... Oh. Well, never mind. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty cool. That I can see the mines, yeah. They've improved a lot on this stuff, yeah. Who shot me? Hey, you shooting at me? There are enemies here? Or did the thing jump on a mine? Who? What killed me here? What is killing me here? Is there an enemy throwing some grenade? Oh, headcrab hit a mine. Can you see bumps with them? Huh. Where's the headcrab? Should probably switch to the thing. There you go. Yeah, I see them, but... Yeah, I see them. The balls with spikes. Yeah. Oh. But in the original, you could see the little bumps that represented the, you know. Wait, can I just use the grenades? Where are the grenades? Can I just throw grenades and explode the mine? I can! Alright. Okay, good. Very good. I like that. I like that you can do that. Very good. Very nice. That is good design. Oh, that is design that I can get behind. Could you do that in the original? Were you able to do that in the original? Just explode the mines? Yeah, I will play Portal. Don't worry. That's gonna be exciting. Oh, so many mines still left. Jesus. I would like to. I would like to seek the medical attentions. Oh! Energy. Wow. Alright. Cool. Very cool. Very nice. Alright. Alright, very good. Whoop. My goodness, you just go into the mines. What about Portal 2? I mean, we have to finish Portal 1, then we can go to Portal 2. I always like to play games in chronological order. We go from 1 to 2, and that is basically, yeah, that is basically it. That is how we'll do it. That is how we should go about it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. We have to go there, right? It's just like last time, we have to go up here and jump into the thing. Yeah. We could do the co-op, yeah. It'll just endlessly loop me into holes though. I can already feel it. Yummy. What was that weird noise? All right. In the original, it was just in the original, it was just a chopper. Now you have fighter jets to contest with. Wait, hold on. Oh my god, what year did this game came out in? Are you winning, Lucy? I think a picture is worth 1,000 words. Not really. Hello, Trashfire. Okay, that explains a lot. It is quite good graphics. I was about to say that it has quite a lot better graphics than Call of Duty 2003. Wait, why am I not? Trashfire, don't worry. We're gonna get into more Trashfire. I promise, okay? Please don't leave. Please don't leave the stream. I promise you. I promise you we'll get into some prime Trashfire content, okay? Please. Please stay. Please help me become a small streamer and not a micro streamer. All right, let's see. Actually, let's check the numbers because it is a streamer's duty to fixate on the numbers. You never left? Well, why weren't you streaming? Why weren't you chatting? Damn. How did you like the Ukraine segment then? What did you think? Was it entertainment? Oh, well, it's in the garden though. Oh. What did you think of the segment? Was it good? Was it bad? We're gonna be talking about the children, by the way. This is going to be my magnumos opusis. It's gonna be my magnum opus. Magnamunus opus. It's gonna be great. Maybe I should do some slop. sloppy slop. Although I feel like the whole reaction to Wick was enough slop. I could only hear bits and pieces, but I'm sure it was great. It was great? Thank you. I always knew that it was good, right? It was good. Can anybody confirm or deny if the segment was good? Can anybody deny or confirm? I did my best. I always do my best. I never not do my best, you know? That is my, as they say when, you know what they say when you have a job meeting? What is your negative trait? My negative trait is that I'm such a hard worker. You know, this is like, this is me doing that. You know? My negative trait is that I always, the Ukraine one, of course. You know, the one that you watched about the summit. The fact that you're like, what segment worries me. Do your best and be yourself. True, I am myself, I think. Am I myself? I think I'm myself. The weird quirk. Damn. Alright. Done it, I think. Oh my god. Who's shooting at me? Who's shooting at me? Where is the enemy? Where's the enemy shooting at me from? Yeah, Zoshelix. Did you see me do the segment? Or were you watching your boss's coverage instead? Yeah, that's right, I said it. Oh, this is them. Yeah, you killed him. Uh-oh. I killed him! That's right. Wait, there's more shooting still? Who's shooting? Come back here. I was getting that west out of my room. Oh. Jesus. Did I get him? No, I didn't get him. So spastic. Jesus. Oh, it does? How do you use the scope? Oh, it does. Alright. Did I get him? No, I didn't. Why did I shoot? I think I used up all the... You should have told me earlier about the scope. Whatever. How do I get down there anyway? Jump? I jumped. I jumped. I trusted you. Okay? I trusted you and I jumped. Never gonna trust you again. I'm never trusting you again. Okay, you did trust. You did help me with this. Oh my god. Ah. Parkour. The parkour game. No, 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 no. Why? Why me? Why does it have to be parkour? An FPS. I hate parkour in FPS. It always feels off to me. Like they're like saying, we're gonna be Alright, we've done it. You can just ignore the enemy below. What do you mean? Oh man. What do you mean? I have no clue what you're trying to tell me. What's the... Kid Not Kin is alive. Whoa. Whoa. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Water levels. Oh, wow, okay, wait, it's not Signalis. Thank goodness it's not Signalis, and I don't have to do a water levels puzzle. That would have been too much if I was part of this game. Wait, how do I... what? Wait, do I have to do something with water pressure actually? Unironically? Oh. Wait, what? Hold on, what's this? Wait, really? Hold on. I should get it. There you go. I should actually get it. So, can I not open this door? How do I... where do I go now then? If I don't go through the door, then where do I even go? Where am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go downstairs? Yeah, I'm supposed to go downstairs. Of course I got hurt. What are those? All right. All right. Oh, good. All right, good. Quick save. Sorry. Zoshelix says, I made the mistake of trying to wing through Shin Megami Tensei with human party not knowing how to demon negotiation and summoning system works. That was a big mistake. I should have known how Shin Megami Tensei series plays. I've played Persona 3. True. And there are also new Shin Megami Tensei games as well. Yeah. There's one on Steam. I could play it. Although I do like to play the games in chronological order. So many games, so little time. Yeah, you're starting at 1. As you should. As you should. Good, good. Very nice, very wholesome. Tell me about it? Tell you about what? Shin Megami Tensei? Oh, so many games, so little time. Yeah. Fortunate. And also there's the... There's also politics and journalism to do. It brings me very smoothly to a transition of me begging you to consider donating. You know, because it's like, it's a thing. I think you should consider. If you're enjoying this amazing stream. Also, I DM you later, Socialix. As always, I'll DM you later about things. I spent all weekend 100% entropy 0. Entropy 0? Oh. Oh. I've locked the door for some reason. Wait, we 100% at the game? Who does that in this day and age? Listen, I thought I jumped over it. I was sure I jumped over it. Are you... really? Really? For real? This is gonna be my... what? How do I quick load? This cannot be real. How do I click load the game? Alright, okay, Jesus. How do I jump over this crap? Alright, now we can destroy it. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Should get more energy somehow. True. I don't have everything though. I'm far from having everything, but yeah. Oh yeah, health. Nice. Man, I'm doing so well. F6 is this. Yes. Alright. Quick save. Quick load. We're doing so well. We're going to talk about the fact that Azerbaijan has become a sudden ally to Ukraine. Yeah. That's the thing. Okay, let's destroy the... Wait, does it not follow the cursor like in the original? Oh. I have to hold it or what? Azerbaijan king is more symbolic. Fuck you finger to Russia. I mean, they basically said if Russia keeps hitting Ukrainian energy, we'll just start sending weapons. Alright. So we'll definitely talk about it. Oh, I think I killed myself. Also, I should definitely talk about the Polish president being crazy. Should I? I think I should. Also, there's the topic about... There's a few topics. Martial law. Yeah, martial law. That's a thing. Make America great again. No, but he is trying to block the government from doing anything, and he's trying to disassemble the current government and replace it with a fascistic one. So I don't know. What do you mean? What do I mean by what? With the Polish president? The former boxer gangster dude that wants to disassemble the government and stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Polish president already has said that he will be on the war path with the currently ruling coalition. That's already a thing. True. I'm supposed to go here now, right? Also, I think that some of the things that want to kill me are still alive. Yeah. The Poland thing. The thing that only I cover. Because I'm a Polish person. And maybe that other VTuber that's Polish. Maybe he covers it as well, but he doesn't cover it as well as I do. Oh, crap, no. Really? More parkour? Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's really what I like about this crappy parkour BS. Holy crap. We're doing a quick save, that's for sure. Yeah, that's why we did the quick save. Because of this nonsense. That's stupid. Well, you know. What the fuck? Nawrocki is not the smartest guy. Ooh, that was nice. F6. F6 is quick save. F7 is quick load. Which makes me immediately ask why I keep going to the menu, but... Oh, did it fall off? Yeah, that is stupid. But you know what? Law and Justice wants... Oh yeah, and also, which also fills me with dread. That part also fills me with dread, but... Karol Nawrocki is ideologically closer to the Confederacy Party, not the Law and Justice Party. And Confederacy Party is far more extremist than Law and Justice. Just so you know. And he's already been bombarding Ukraine with the whole messaging of we have to do the whole history thing. We have to God, what's the word? Oh crap, I'm forgetting my words. We have to resolve historical matters, you know? The chief censor of history. The chief censor of Holocaust history is gonna tell Ukraine that history needs resolving. I am really angry. I'm actually really angry. I remember the debate and when asked about catastral tax, not sure how it's in English, and he didn't seem to understand what it was. Like for a moment at his page, he said about that tax owning multiple houses, and then he said at the debate he won't raise any. Yeah, that's, yeah. You remember well, which means that, yeah, you remember well. You remember well. Crap. It really, like, the fact that the chief censor of history wants to resolve history makes me really angry. The fact that people are crying about the Volhynia exhumation before making any sort of effort to do any exhumation of all the shallowly buried people in Warsaw. Warsaw is literally a cemetery, and somehow I don't hear any voices calling for the exhumation of the victims in Warsaw. But whatever. Who cares, right? Who gives a damn? It's just Jewish people, after all. What did he even achieve in Japan? Genuine question. Well, I can give you a genuine answer, but you won't like it. And I won't like it either. He achieved total censorship of Polish historians that even tried discussing any sort of Polish participation in the Holocaust. He basically achieved censorship on honest discussion about history. That is his main achievement as the head of the EPAN. And I mean that with full sincerity. I think he still is, actually. And ironically, I think he still is. I don't think he actually had to step down in order to be president. I think he might be just holding the two positions at once. We might Google it, actually. We might actually Google that because I'm curious if he had to step down or not. That might be actually pretty interesting to check. All right. What the hell? Yeah. So what do you think? Well, what the hell? I take it, Conrad, you've not been here for my Ukraine segment earlier. Well, you're here now, so that's nice. That is nice of you. How do you like the thumbnail art, by the way? Do you like the thumbnail art? Actually, I want to check it now. I alt-tabbed the game. I might as well. Oh, well, we all need our sleep at some point. I actually want to check if he had to step down from the pen position. I'm actually really curious about that. Alright, let's check it. Czy Nawrocki musiał odejść z IPN? I guess I'm gonna ask Google that. Lucy, I have a short memory. What about it? What happened? Oh yeah, he does need to leave IPN. Alright, so who's gonna be the new boss of IPN? Actually, that's actually pretty interesting. Kto będzie nowym szefem IPN? Oh, okay. Alright. There's gonna be a contest. Alright, makes sense. When? It doesn't say. It doesn't say when it will happen. I just hope there will be no shenanigans with the contest. It's just gonna be given to a buddy or something. Some crap like that. Why do you mention that you have short memory? What happened, Greater Rain? What made you say that? Yeah, the Polish thing is a mess. The Polish politics. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to be talking about, of course, the increased aggression against immigrants, against people that live here. Horrible. I've mentioned it on last stream, and I wanna do a more organized segment about it because this is just shameful behavior. Because you mentioned something about excavation of bodies and rang a bell, but I couldn't place it. Oh yeah, it's about the whole war crimes that the extremist Ukrainian nationalist group committed against Polish people during World War II. That's basically all that this whole thing revolves around. The institution itself, if well managed, could be really good. Yeah, it could. Even if it, God, I'm starting to stutter for some reason. Even in its shitty state, okay? Even when it's not well managed, it still was able to, it still actually got out quite a few good books, so even if it's bad state, it did not exclusively publish bad books. It did publish some good books. So even as a badly managed organization, it still managed to do some good. I do like to give credit when credit's due. Oh, the tank killed me. The tank has killed me. I've been tanked. Wait, hold on, something's wrong. Okay, I'm just gonna die. You brought a gun to an artillery fight. Oh, I do have artillery. Can I blow up the tank? Oh, wait, hold on. Damn. You know, even cops aren't allowed to murder people. Dude. Oh my god. But did they have an emergency session Congress just to vote on bombing me? Oh my god. Hmm. What the? I feel like this was much more easier to navigate on the OG game. There you go. What books, for example? I mean, I know of some, but I think that the one on socialism that I'm reading now might have actually been published by Deepan. Hold on, I will to the toilet and I'm gonna bring it. And it's actually a pretty good book, the one on the history of Polish socialism. Which brings me to, I'm gonna do a whole bit on the history of Polish socialism because it's actually very interesting. Hold on. Many interesting figures among Polish socialists or leftists of parallel era overall. Yeah, like Jacek Kuroń being the most prominent one. Yeah, this book has been published by the IPN on Niepodległość I Socjalizm. I've started reading it. It's pretty good. Also, my father, because he was a public figure and he was connected a bit with IPN, even after he died, we kept getting carton boxes full of free books from the IPN. I kept receiving more and more books from the IPN that were they were addressed to my father even a few years after he was already dead. Maybe I'm wrong, but wasn't he even respected among right-wingers? Jacek Kuroń? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think Jacek Kuroń was respected even among the right-wingers, yeah. He was just a really good politician. I did an interview with him. When I was a child. My father took me to his apartment, and I did a little bit of an interview with him as a child. Yeah. Oh yeah, he was cool. He was a cool guy. Try and busy making piss drinks, an entire pitcher of water while 3 days grace animal I have become starting. Wait, what? What? Dr. Jones, what? Dr. Jones, what? What is happening? Yeah, so I'm gonna do a whole thing on Polish socialism. I think that really needs to happen considering the whole WIC thing last week. Also, I'm really planning to do a lot. When? I mean, I could start it now, technically speaking, but the problem is that I actually want to get deeper into the book than 400 pages. Did I miss the Empire stream as well? Not yet. It needs preparation, and I don't feel ready. I should schedule it with President Sunday and the rest. Yeah. But I'm definitely going to do something on the socialists. I started reading the book. I've got another good book called Independence or Revolution. That's a good book, but that's like over 500 pages, I think. So I think I'm gonna start with the 400 pages one, and I'm gonna start doing segments on the stream on it, talking about the Black Mesa. What's wrong with Black Mesa? What's wrong with that game? It's a good game. It's just a good game. What can I say? Also, like the stream, press the like button. We have 9 people and only 7 likes. I think the stream deserves more love. Yeah, everything's 10 years old. Or more. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Where's the enemies? There we go. Got him. Oh, I can just ignore them. Alright, let's just ignore him. If I can just ignore him, then I'll just ignore him. Yeah. I don't have to fight them. I can be smart. Yeah. Oh. Well, that was not smart. That was the opposite of smart. It rings a bell. Who wrote it? Which one? Oh yeah. I'm gonna look it up right now on Google. I don't want to bring the physical copy. Andrzej Friszke. Państwo czy rewolucja? I'm sorry, I misquoted the title. Państwo. The State or Revolution. Andrzej Friszke. Pretty good book. Yeah. Good book. Very nice. Very nice book. A lot of love. Lucy, do you like 3 Days Grace? What? I don't know. I'm not sure I know if I like it or not. Okay, how do I... I haven't heard of it. I've heard of something else. Oh. Oh, you know. There we go. That's better. Got him. Also, have you seen how big balls were touched, Lucy, and now Trump is ordering to deploy military to war? Yeah, I do. I should talk about it today. I should talk about it today, actually. That should be one of my topics for politics today. Yeah. Very good. Yeah. It's gonna be awesome. I'm doing a long stream. We're doing another marathon, okay? Just for the sake of gathering money for Ukrainian projects. It's brilliant. It's gonna be brilliant. We're gonna make my Ukrainian journalism great again. Wait, who's shooting at me? Where did you come from? How did he withstand point blank shotgun? What is this armor made of? What is this? What is he made of? How do they withstand all that firepower? Good. You're dead. You're dead now. Oh. I think there's some more power in one of these little houses. Oh, never mind. I fell down the hall. Yeah, they have their own suits. There we go. We have some energy. Naughty Lucy, she's going to touch a big ballsy topic. Yeah, I know. I do like big balls, though. It fits. It fits me, this topic. I'm a super gay or super straight streamer, depending on who you ask. There's more health in the garage, yeah? Have I missed some health? Alright, let's go get some health. Let's go get more health before we proceed. We've seen that Trump is losing support among Latinos. Shocked face. Yeah, it is shocking, isn't it? Trump losing support from anybody is a big shocker to me. Oh, yeah, you're right. Alright. Whoop, and energy as well. Alright, now I'm ready to move. Now I'm ready to move on. I'm ready. I'm so ready. That's fully reloaded. Alright. Now that's a power fantasy. We might as well get more health. Oh no. Cannot. There's no going back. No going back. Probably the legal ones. Yeah, sure. If that is what makes you sleep at night, sure. Anybody that disapproves of Trump is an illegal. Sure. You just keep that hope going. Okay? You just keep that hope going. Jack, don't do it. It's all illegals. And no one else. No one legal would ever disapprove of God Emperor. Is Jack don't do it a Trump supporter? Not just supporter, a voter. Is he any plans for spooky season? What do you mean? Next month? Yeah. Avoiding drones in Ukraine. Oh, games. Yeah. Resident Evil. Silent Hill 2. If anybody feels generous. Then Silent Hill. Also, we have to finish Signalis, of course. But then again, we need the new microphone. And we need to... Oh, God. So many things that we need. It's crazy. It's crazy. You still have to play... Oh, yeah, I could play that for the spooky season, actually. That is a survival horror game. Yeah, you're right. Well spotted, yeah. That is a survival horror game. Far Cry 4? Is it any good? Phantasmagoria. Oh wait, no, you said Phasmophobia. Okay, I thought you actually said Phantasmagoria, and I was like, is that even okay to play on stream? Phantasmagoria, a puzzle of flesh? I don't think anybody even knows what that is. I think maybe Dr. Johns knows that game, but apart from Dr. Johns, I don't think anybody knows. It's a subtitle to the game called Phantasmagoria, a puzzle of flesh. I think Dr. Jones is probably the only person that knows that game. Yeah. But it has a sexual assault scene, so I'm not sure if yeah, if it's a stream game. It's a horror game. Just like Dr. Jones said above. Old FMV game, point and click. Fallout 4 is a bad game. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna apologize for saying that. Fallout 4 is a shit game. Especially compared to New Vegas. I don't apologize for saying that. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, Phasmophobia. Phantasmagoria 2 is just like a fever dream. Phantasmagoria 2 is like a fever dream game. Because yeah, Phantasmagoria actually had a sequel. Phantasmagoria 2. Because of course it did. Of course it did. Wait, what's... Oh, there are mines here, of course. Of course I did not notice the mines. Not much. I've not played it much. Okay, this one also I can just disarm by shooting. Bro, how can you... The power armor in Fallout 4 is so neat. Yeah, but I'm sorry, but a single type of armor does not save the game from being shit. The power armor is neat, but the whole game is bad. It's like saying, oh, how can this game be bad? It has one good gun in it. What about Disco Elysium? Seems like a perfect game for the channel. The very text... Yeah, oh yeah. That is a very good game. I started playing it. I should play it more. I should play The Witcher as well. The last time I played The Witcher, I added the tag to the stream. And like a bunch of Polish transphobes flooded the stream. That's very weird. Piper, right? Fallout 4 is garbage and everything, but graphics and gunplay. Okay, Lucy, Fallout 4 bad. Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging reality. The third one, yeah. I was thinking actually of starting from Witcher 1 and then moving on to Witcher 2 and then 3. Wait, who's shooting at me? How do I get rid of this? Wait, can I just kill him like this? Did I kill him? Did I get him? Actually? No way. Damn. I refuse to acknowledge your reality. Sorry, it is a bad game. Fallout 3 is a diet version of Fallout 4. The Witcher is so booty. You should play Witcher 1 once the remake is out. Oof. It will be tough to adjust to the old one. Yeah, I should play. Wait, are they actually planning to remake Witcher 1? Is that actually a real plan that CD Projekt is? Is that a real thing, or are we just speculating that it's gonna happen? Oh, okay. Yeah, I should play. I actually bought it recently, I think. Witcher 1, because it was very, very cheap. Was on sale. We should finish games. Okay, I've started too many games on stream without finishing, so I should finish. I hope you bought it on Good Old Games. I think I might have bought it on Steam actually. I should buy more games on Good Old Games, because with Good Old Games you actually own the games, unlike Steam. I actually should use Good Old Games more. Because you ate soap. I'd rather be skinned alive than play The Witcher. Well, no matter. Well, you know what? That explains why you finished Fallout 4 so many times. You've got shit gaming taste. Wow, I feel like such an asshole, but if you say that you'd rather be skinned alive than play The Witcher, then you just got bad taste. Sorry. Your gaming taste needs to be checked.
Ammunition depleted.
You're right though, no Witcher slander will be tolerated among Polish people, true. I mean, it's just a good game. Regardless. It's just objectively a good... Wow, what the fuck? Where's the sniper? Oh, he's there. I don't see the sniper. Do I have to... do I have to... Did I get him? I think I got him. Have you read the books? Just a bit. You should read them. I haven't read them enough. Okay, we can climb now. Alright. Nice! I mean, RPG wise, they need to polish Wink, and a lot of gameplay need to be heavily reworked. Well, they're not the newest games, but Witcher 3 did a lot of things very well. So, you know. Wait, where do I... Oh, this is where I go now. Hey, hello.
you're heading for the Lambda complex.
Yeah, I am.
I was heading there myself until I wound up here, and well, I simply lost my nerve.
Well, happens.
Take one look through that door, and you'll see what I mean.
All right.
I'm going to wait out the catastrophe in here. If you intend to go on, then I beg of you, for all our sake, proceed with extreme caution.
Well, I don't think like waiting it out is a winning strategy actually. Or whatever. We're gonna be here for a while? Really? Maybe. I killed myself. Wait a minute. Is it because of people can't wear power armor the whole time? Is this why people think F4 is bad? No. It's just not a good RPG game. Especially compared to New Vegas. Is that right, Zoshelix? Is that not correct? Am I not correct? Yeah, Fallout 4 is ass. Bro. Exactly. Exactly. See, Jack, don't do it. You're a Trump voter and you think Fallout 4 is good. It's not. Vladimir is just, I don't know, misinformed. Oh my god. Oh yeah, especially on launch. Oh god, especially on launch. Fallout 76 was so bad on launch. Oh man, so bad. All right. Yeah, now I know why you said that we'll be here for a while. Oh my god, this is so bad. This is actually painful. Maybe I could just go here? No.
Minor lacerations detected.
I was hoping that maybe... Will Bethesda ever be back? Bethesda? Bethesda is, yeah. I think they're just gonna keep investing in the online Elden Scrolls game forever.
Minor lacerations detected.
That is my opinion. They're just gonna never do a new offline one. They're just gonna keep milking the online game. Maybe, but still. I'm surprised that it was playable on launch. That is actually shocking to me. Bethesda has lost its touch. Usually all of their games are unplayable on launch and have to be patched by modders. It does not happen that a Bethesda game is just playable on launch. That is not a thing. Ooh. My head hurts. Oh my goodness. There we go. Starfield? Well, it was something. It was definitely something. Hold on. Is this? Let me check something real quick. Oh God, Trump confuses Alaska with wow. My goodness. Incredible stuff. Incredible. I'm going to Russia. I'm going to Russia. I'm going to Russia. You see. Modeling with all this high graphic stuff and AG texture and grass is going to literally wipe 500 terabytes. Yeah, won't it? Oh well. It's gonna be horrible. Man. Terrorists. Israel's Sloptuber army. Noah Samson. Sloptuber army. The days when games weren't afraid of touchy subjects. Games are not afraid of touchy subjects nowadays. Stop that narrative. It was more like nothing. Starfield or Fallout 76? Damn, Fido's sleeping. Just lying there with his eyes closed. Slowly breathing. Fido. Fido. Bushu. Fido. For some reason I was afraid he was dead. But he raised his head and looked at me, so I guess he's okay. I really should get him a companion. I am heavily considering getting him a companion. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Gaza. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, please. Oh, you should be... Okay, Dr. Johns, then you get to decide what content we do for another hour. So, what do you want us to do now? Decide as I go to the toilet to do toilet things. To do toiletries. Yes, yes. Yeah. Gonna do toilet stuff. Conrad is more occupied adding Nicki Minaj skin. So listen, if we're gonna play any Call of Duty, we're gonna be playing Call of Duty 2003. Like God intended. The very first one in the series. That's what we're gonna do. I actually have it already. I've installed it. So just so you know, I'm ready. I'm ready to play it. I am ready and waiting in the docks. Okay, wait. So what do you want us to do, Dr. Johns? Tell me. What are we doing? I don't know. Is World War II good? Or is it bad? Why the fuck would you wake him up? He's asleep again. Don't worry. He fell asleep as soon as he woke up. He just glanced at me and fell back asleep. Yeah, he's asleep. Because he's tired from all the shenanigans during the day. Is crappier World at War. Yeah. Call of Duty World War II is not very good. I remember playing it when it was new. I played the zombies mode. Yeah. I think that's the only mode that I played in World War II, Call of Duty World War II. The zombie mode. With friends. I remember that. I never finished the campaign. I only just jumped into the zombie survival mode with friends. What a weird way to play the game, huh? I didn't play the multiplayer in World War II, the campaign. I just played the zombie thing. A long, long time. Basically think of clean World War II aesthetic, an uninspired soundtrack, and overall lame experience. He still wants $60 for that game too. World War II, but it's so old. That is so old. You should play Medal of Honor. I should play Medal of Honor, actually. But I don't think I can play it any other way than through an emulator. Can I? Where can you get it? Like, the only Medal of Honor that is available on Steam is the crappy remake that changes the settings from World War II. Where can I play the original Medal of Honor outside of emulating it? I am interested in playing Medal of Honor, actually. World at War? Yeah, maybe. We're first gonna play the first games. Medal of Honor 1 was considered better than Call of Duty 1, if memory serves. Yeah. So is there a way for me to play the original Medal of Honor? Or do I have to emulate it? Oh. I sunk so many hours in Call of Duty. WoW zombies with a buddy. Oh man, that zombie mode can be pretty fun. We should do it sometimes. My inner child yearns for a new Medal of Honor. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure the series is dead. So, like, if you yearn for a new Medal of Honor, you will be. Don't. No. Don't keep your hopes up. And it's sad because I think it was considered better than Call of Duty when it launched. So yeah, unfortunate. Wait, which one is World at War? Which one is it in the chronology? Which Call of Duty game is that, World at War? Because I have no clue about the chronology of the Call of Duty games, to be quite honest. To be quite blunt. A 30-inch CRT TV with Xbox 360 while listening to Orphan Tears from the hard drive. Call of Duty 5. Okay. I guess we can... If it's on Steam, we'll play it, sure. I want to start with Call of Duty 1. Then expansion, and then Call of Duty 2. That's what we're going to do. That's the trajectory. Not even my era game. I just remember being 8 and playing it in my brother's PC. I never cared. I never cared for that whole my era game. I just played whatever old, new. I don't really care if something's my era game or not. A good game's a good game, regardless of era. Yeah. Oh, whoosh. Yeah. If I go to the toilet, he'll just wake up and follow me. That is what happens. Regardless of how much he's asleep, if he sees me go somewhere, he just goes up and follows me. He also has this weird habit when I give him food, he starts eating, but when I leave the room, he stops eating and will follow me. And he gets frustrated because he kind of still is hungry. So he's mad at me. So I have to go back to the room and then he'll happily continue eating. But if I leave, he'll just drop the food and follow me. Which is a bit, extreme, if you ask me. WoW was between Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2. Correction, all Call of Duty post Infinite Warfare and Ghosts you can ignore. Well, I need a chronological list of the games. I played through Call of Duty Cold War recently. Is gotta say it was decent, although some things were stupid as fuck. But it's Call of Duty thing, I guess. Modern Welfare? No. I did my best to say Modern Warfare, not Modern Welfare. Modern Welfare, Jesus Christ. I did my best not to say Modern Welfare. Yeah. Yeah. I did not say modern welfare. Alright, I'm gonna go to the toilet. Dr. Johns decides on what we're doing, okay? Decides. Also, I have to click on something because... Oh yeah. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Discord. I have something on Discord that I wanna... From Dr. Johns. Dr. John... Can you DM me, Dr. Johns? Can you DM me with the children trafficking thing? I actually want to cover it. It is actually a thing that I want to cover a lot. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I did not say welfare. I should get Fido a new toy. Call of Duty 2. Between Call of Duty 1 and 2, there's also the expansion to Call of Duty 1. Something offensive. I know that much. Oh, there you go. Yes. All right. We're gonna copy this link and we're gonna cover this. World at War. That's the Second World War one, right? Huh. All right. I wish Battlefield had better single-player campaign. Bad Company 2 was pretty good, but I remember Call of Duty's developers being criticized for their recent Modern Warfare game being too political, whatever that means. I don't know, too woke, too much politics in those games nowadays. Proceeds to play Metal Gear Solid. True. Jesus Christ. I love to play my apolitical Metal Gear Solid games. Yeah, true. True. That is so real and true. Why is Poland so divided? I want to watch this video. Poland A and Poland
is
B.
often described as a...
There you go. Does that include the remaster of Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare? Oh, God help me. Thank you. Well, for now, I just plan to play the first one, the 2003 one. This is the TLDR news channel. Yeah, I like that channel. I do like the TLDR news channel. I think it's worth watching. Yeah, I recommend it. I kind of think it sucks. I kind of think it's good. I like it. It's good for, well, TLDR news. Why do you think it sucks? It's TLDR news. It gives you the TLDR. So I think it does well what it sets out to do, which is, well, TLDR news. Wow. I'm not sure where to go now, to be quite honest. I think this is where we're supposed to go, maybe. Save. The music is too loud? It's okay, the music's usually off. Am I supposed to jump here or not? No, I don't think so. Where am I supposed to go? Oh. What's your own story? To be fair, the OG Call of Duty does not have much of a story. Okay, we have to get there. I feel stuck. I wasn't stuck here in the OG game, so I'm kind of surprised that I feel so stuck here. Yep, that's not, it's not good. Yeah. Dr. Johns, instead of talking about the car chase sequences, why don't you tell me where to go? And I keep killing myself. Yeah. Not good. I guess I'm supposed to go here. Maybe. Oh. Well, I think I need the shift. Do I? Oh, maybe I need to crouch. Alright. Success! Success. Good. Look at these nuclear warheads. Yeah. Don't Epstein yourself? What? What do you mean? You know what cracks me up is when people are fans of a person, group name, etc. until it got too political in a way the fan doesn't like, except the person, group name, etc. was always political, and the fan was too dense to get the message. Oh, I've got a really good video to show you. A real good short. Okay, I want to show you a short. All of you know Alan Moore, right? The comic book creator, right? All of you definitely know Alan Moore, right? Is it a Metal Gear reference? No, it's an Alan Moore quote. Ready? You ready for this? What is this? Oh, TLDR news. You ready? Yeah, the Watchman guy. And I'm pretty sure the Killing Joke guy as well.
Quitting my day job and starting my life as a writer was a tremendous risk.
Okay, I want to make this louder. And refresh.
Quitting my day job and starting my life as a writer was a tremendous risk. It was a fool's leap, a shot in the dark. But anything of any value in our lives, whether that be a career, a work of art, a relationship, will always start with such a leap. And in order to be able to make it, you have to put aside the fear of failing and the desire of succeeding. You have to do these things completely purely, without fear, without desire. Because things that we do without lust of result are the purest actions that we shall ever take.
Never ever forget that. Rewatch that as many times as you need to until it's drilled into your brain, because it will serve you for the rest of your life.
That's a pretty good quote, I think. Isn't this people not understanding Rorschach? Yeah, there are a lot of people. Yeah. I think this is a pretty cool quote. Don't you? Don't you think this is a pretty cool sentiment? Yeah? I thought it was cool. I thought I'd share. Okay, let's save. I feel like we're on the right track. Yes, I feel like we're on the right track for once. Okay, that was not the smartest. I saw people on Instagram the other day complaining that a punk band was too anti-establishment and too woke, and I was like, what? Bro, what? Yeah, that's too anti-establishment, bro. Oh, that's why it exploded. Look. I'm too much of a coward to risk. Yeah, you just think so. Probably braver than you think. You're probably much more courageous than you think. Wait, am I on the right track or am I on the bad track? I feel like I might not be on a good of a track as I thought. Do I need to get on the truck? I killed myself, of course. Oh yeah, we need to get on the truck. Wonder if you can. Okay, that's just silly. Look at that. Nothing. Whatever. Have you considered studying history at uni, like before or still in the future? Maybe I should. Like, I'm pretty old, but you're never too old to just continue education, right? It's never like, I don't think you're ever too old. Are you moving out the books from your room? No, it's more like I was flooded. I had a flooding. That's why the walls have the marks. And I had to move the books because they got flooded a bit. They got wet. And now that the walls are dry, I have to move all the books back to the shelves, but I just didn't have the time to do so. Yeah. Also, welcome, Ravignon. Is this how death really feels? A very long flashbang? Yeah. There are old people at uni, so I think you should. Yeah, I think I've made a huge mistake at the end of high school. I went to BS degrees that I just didn't have the passion for, and I never finished them. And at the end of high school, I actually knew quite a lot of history, a lot more than now. And I should have went for history. I should have went for history at university. That would have actually been the smart move, and I would have probably done well. So, but unfortunately, I wasn't. I did not choose the smart thing. I chose the stupid thing, and now I have no degree. But yeah, I really should have just went for history. Why don't you go back to university? I could. I should, probably. I think I will. Sorry that happened to you. Oh, I did it to myself. It is never too late. Oh, you mean Bad Empanada rating my video? Did he respond to your email? Yeah, I think that studying history would be very cool. Would be actually a very interesting thing to study history at university. That would be to study how to get over the sources, etc. I think that's a very cool thing. He's not apologetic, but you know, well, yeah. Oh, wow. Thank you for emailing him on my behalf. Thank you. What did you say? Actually, the video, the stream that I did on his Holodomor question video, very spontaneously when I was still a VTuber, that's still my best watched video on the whole channel, because people keep going back to it and keep commenting back on it. That was an immediate turnaround, Lucy. I should, I will actually, yeah. I mean, I think it's worth pursuing a history degree, yeah. Why can't you? Wait, why? Hold on, why can't you? That rating comment section is kind of loser's hobby, and that it irritates people. Yeah, but it's engagement, you know? I'm still a micro streamer, so in a very weird and twisted way, that's disengagement. You know? I know it's weird to say, but engagement is engagement, I guess. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Yeah? Man. My grandfather was a law professor, but I would pretty confidently call him a historian. He knew so much. There are two types of student loans. There are student loans for those with achievement in academia, and there are student loans for those with low income, at least in Poland. These are two types. I'm actually waiting for Bad Empanada doing his piece on the Death of Stalin movie and how it's a bad comedy and it hurts Tanky's feelings. Oh my gosh. Yeah? Man. Oop. Wait, have I went back. I backtracked. Why did I backtrack? Oh no. Did I unironically just backtrack? Really? I just know I have an envelope with a letter saying I have 2 credits because I took a few years of manufacturing courses in high school. That's good. Having to get loans for uni is a wild concept for me. Kinda yes and kinda no. You get the loans. I think you get grants. Like, not necessarily a wild concept. Like, I know people that... Okay, imagine this. Because this is a real situation, and it happens in Poland as well. You want to go to university, and it's free. The university is free, right? But you come from a very poor family. And if you don't do a part-time job or something, then you're cooked. And the time that you spend at university takes away the time that you could be working. In that scenario, a student grant actually helps you. In that situation. Oh, I mean the loans in the US. Oh, yeah. Actually, more than having to get loans for uni, student debt is something that is really wild to me. Having student debt is a wild concept to me. I remember all my guidance counselors looking at me like a goldfish when I said I wasn't going to college. Oh, damn. Well, it happens. There's no point in regretting. All you can do is make the best of now. That is the truth. All you can do is make the best of the now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ridiculous. It's okay. Nobody's life is ever truly fucked. Unless you're Hitler, then your life is pretty fucked. I believe in you, Dr. Jones. I believe in you. Just like you believe in me. I hope. I hope you believe in me. Okay, I feel like I've messed up. I feel like I've messed up somewhere along the way. Yeah. Oh. Should not have done that. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay, I feel like I had a good thing going. But I wasted it. Maybe I'll just go here. No! Oh god. For a second there I was afraid that I saved dying. Obama forgot to explain how exactly getting yourself a degree is going to affect your financial life. I was doing his famous everyone should go college speech. Listen, Obama is a crook and Trump will get him. Okay? Obama is a criminal who will be gotten by Mr. Donald. Mr. Donald will get Oh, you want me to make a save that isn't a quick save? Here we go, I've done it. Subscribe to who? To Obama? Oh my gosh. Wait, how do I load the game? How do I load the not save, the not... Oh, there you go. Tomasz Czukewski? Who is he? Czukiewski. Who's that? Yeah. Resume. Who is he? Who is that person? Hold on. Yeah. I feel like we have to jump to that room over there. No, maybe not. Maybe I was mistaken. Oh my god, we have to make actually a quick save as well. Very good guy. He also very popular channel called Ciekawe Historia. Yeah? Damn. Maybe I should ask him for a collab. But nobody will collab with a small creator like me. Not a transphobe, I hope. Wait, hold on. Do I have to jump there? Do I have to reach it with a jump? Oh, maybe... Look at that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Well, that is good. It's good. Yeah. Will she save? Wait. I was doing so well as well. Well, you know. Okay, now we're gonna save. Success. Success. Very well done. Very well done. Look at that. Magnifying glass. Yeah. Oop. And you get down the elevator and you need to hop off. Yeah? I should do the segment about the children. I need to go to the toilet again because my bladder is weak. Small bladder. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, you did. Thank you. You have sent it. Oh my god. Have I saved? Yeah, I saved. Man. I die on the silliest of things. Yeah. What do you think of Dominik Tarczyński? I'm not sure if I've heard of him. You have to clue me in. Unless I know of him, but I forgot the name, which is distinctly possible. Oh. That was a mistake. That was not a good move. That was a bad move. What the? Oh, come on. Lucy the Crate. What about it? Or do I have to go down there and destroy it? Whoa. Success. How do I get out of here now? Alright, how do I get out of here now? How do I, I did the thing I was supposed to. I did good, I think. Explode. I'm just gonna... I'm sure now he's from used to suck your right-winger's cocks during the presidential US election. Yeah? Damn. I might know of him, but I would need to check some material. Oh, yeah, really? Okay, I'll shoot it with a shotgun. Yeah. My mom would probably definitely know. Alright. I'm greedy, I'm sorry. I had to do this. What? What was that? Okay, that was weird. How did I trip it? Why did I trip it? That was very strange that I tripped it. No, I did. Oh, this one. Ah, I didn't see it. See, I get distracted. I didn't see it. Yeah. I was like, what the hell killed me? You're blind as fuck. Listen. I get distracted. Ah. All right. We did it. I guess we can jump down now. Yeah. Very nice. Wait. What happened? What? I'm waiting. I mean, I didn't wait, but... I kind of didn't wait. Oh. Where's the across? Oh. Ah, alright. Let's do it. Ooh. Wow, okay. That's cool. New weapon. New weapon. Alright, then now we can save. Alright. What animation? I saved you.
Nice. I thought my ass was cooked. Don't take this the wrong way, buddy, but you're the best thing I've seen all day.
Nice. Thank you. Take that as a compliment. I'm going to sleep farewell. Very well, very well. Sleeper of the rake. I should do the... I really should do the whole children segment, shouldn't I? Dr. Johns, should I? You tell me. You tell me, Dr. Johns. Oh, you must go to bed as well. Oh, well. Damn. Alright, we're gonna do the segment we've saved. But before the segment... Okay, just stay for the segment. I'm gonna turn the game off. Go to the toilet and, you know... and do the thing. Fido's also excited for the segment. Alan Moore. Gave him a hot dog. Yeah. Baby boy. Alright. Let's do this. Let's do the topic. Lego card. This is my topic, so I'm gonna cover this. As you know, when I go to Ukraine, I interview an organization called Save Ukraine. Save Ukraine is a non-government, an NGO, basically, that organizes and organizes and actually does rescue operations for children kidnapped by Russia. Russia kidnaps children and then puts them up for adoption, which is why the representative for children in Russia now has a arrest warrant on her, Lvova Belova. And now Russia just blatantly created an online catalog for the kidnapped children to be handpicked, apparently, and adopted, which is a pretty new development. And I will definitely like to interrogate people that I interview about it. I will definitely want to learn about this new development. And on the one hand, it feels like a horrid thing. This is horrible. This is basically just trafficking children and selling them as goods, as this person says. But in a weird and twisted way, I feel like it also leaves a trail that helps organizations like Save Ukraine to help the children, to find them and help them. Look at that. Horrifying. Yeah. This is just horrifying. To this date, 120 children have arrived on the territory of Moscow. Maria Lvova Belova. You know, the person that has an international criminal court warrant on her for the crime that is being described here.
120 детей приехали на территорию Москвы.
And they will go to 13 regions of Russia.
В 13 регионов России. Что касается наших
As for our future plans,
дальнейших планов, почти готовы
documents for the next group of children are almost ready.
документы на следующую группу детей. Это будет первый.
This will be the first group from the so-called Luhansk People's Republic of 104 children,
из Луганской Народной Республики,
which is not a thing anymore. Russia just absorbed that fake republic.
количестве 104 человек. Слушайте, но если мы
If we read why they put me on the sanctions list,
читаем, за что отправляют меня в санкционный список,
for example, America added me there. They probably felt that today we will take the largest group of
то,
children.
во-первых, ну вот вчера Америка, например, добавила, да, я вот думаю, они как будто чувствовали, что мы сегодня вывозим самую большую группу за последнее время, да.
They tell us that we allegedly took 1,000 children from Ukraine.
Как бы нас...
No, you kidnapped over 20,000 of unaccompanied children, actually, not just 1,000.
Нам говорят о том, что мы вывезли около 1000 детей. На сегодняшний
But today, there are 300 children from the so-called Donetsk People's Republic in Russian families.
день в семьях наших российских
Yeah, kidnapped.
граждан 300 детей Донецкой Народной Республики.
So basically, bragging about war crimes, bragging about genocide, openly bragging about kidnapping children and giving them up for adoption. Russia launched catalog of Ukrainian children up for adoption. This is digital child trafficking. Yeah. It is pretty terrifying that Lvova Belova is just openly bragging about war crimes, kidnapping children. This is actually terrifying. But that is the reality of the situation. And a lot of people just underplay it, pretend that it's not happening. I've heard people in the West say that this whole topic is overblown, that actually the numbers are fake, that the crime is not happening, that all of this is just out of proportion. No, it's not. And it's just, that is the reality. We have Russia kidnapping children, forcefully moving children from one group to another, which is the crime of genocide. Doing a whole catalog, openly bragging about the crime. It's typical Russia, actually, considering that they actually also diligently document other types of crimes, like the human safari in Kherson. They also just record it and brag about it on their Telegram channels. They just record their crimes and they just openly, they're proud of it. Because they really believe there will be no consequence, that what they're doing is, they can do whatever they want. Yeah, we've created this fake People's Republic, and now we just blatantly kidnap children from it and give them up for adoption. A lot of children were kidnapped from the eastern occupied regions in 2014 as well, by the way. And then they grew up and were used as fodder in the 2022 invasion. Horrifying stuff, but again, that is very criminally underreported, so I'm very glad that Dr. Jones has linked this so we could take a look, so we could hear it from Belova's own mouth. Yeah, we're having these children, we have this transport of children, that transport of children, we have future plans, just gonna give them up for adoption, even though according to international law, we have no such right. And nobody's doing a damn thing about it. Yeah. I mean, there are organizations that rescue the children, like Save Ukraine, but the scale is just not enough. And I'm pretty sure Trump will definitely not push this topic during the Friday summit. I'm 100% certain Trump will definitely not talk about this in Alaska. I can guarantee you that land swaps will be discussed, which is Russia graciously agreeing not to occupy more territory if Ukraine gives up territory. That's a land swap. Yeah, to stop it, that is. Yeah. Yeah. Lucy, do you know the simple pleasures of a freshly washed bedspread? Sweet detergent smell and soft fabric? I do, which is why on this depressing note, we're probably going to end stream, considering that most of my viewers are going to sleep now. We're gonna continue later, okay? Gonna continue later. It's gonna be okay. We've been streaming for like 5 hours. So, you know. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna raid you to Riverboat Jack. How does that sound? How does being raided to Riverboat Jack sound? Sound good? Okay, later. Trump would care if they were being traveled to a certain island that was owned by his best bud. True, he would care then. Lucy, I have to tell you something. What do you have to tell me? Oh my gosh. Way back. Sleep well? Ah, thank you. We'll continue later. We'll do some politicking during the day. I'm gonna raid you into... Fuck Fido for us, I will. He'll go upstairs with me. I'm gonna raid you into Riverboat Jack. Try to persuade her to raid me in the future. My goodness, I need more raids. I need more people to discover me. Somehow. Hold on. We need to... Oh my god, it froze. Why is it working so bad? Oh god, this is so much. I have to refresh. Because of course. Oh my god. Edit. Yeah. Add. Alright. Right. I'm signing off. See you. See you.